for this financial year, and they will also be answering the various questions that we had raised when we dealt with the analysis, which was last week, in terms of the budget. We will also be undertaking an oversight visit to the R28. Then also we will be, before we do all of the oversight visit, but also part of this agenda, we have a number of guests that will be joining us today. And when they do join us, once we've completed our interactions with the department, we will open up to everybody to raise questions to the department in relation either what they've heard in terms of the presentation or any other matters related to the Provincial Department of Transport and Logistics. And then also the other item that's important to us is we'll also be taken through the arrangements so far for the public hearings on the 3 bills that we are dealing with as a portfolio committee that have been referred to us by the NCOP. And so before we close, we'll just be taken through that. For now, can I ask Stembiso from Lani, who's going to... Stembiso there? Can you just run us through the agenda, please? Over to you. Well, before that, can we just deal with the apologies? My sincere apologies for that. Apologies, Stembiso.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to honourable members and stakeholders and colleagues. Chair, the only apology that we have received so far is from Member Masoleng, who has reflected that she is at a meeting that she's attending to. So I'm not sure about the other members if they have any apologies.
Okay, thank you very much. Maybe let me also indicate at this stage right now to members, I was alerted by the Office of the MEC last night that she's unable to join us because she's been called to a meeting with the National Minister of Transport today as well. But they did indicate to me that the delegation of the department would be led by the HOD. I did, however, indicate that we would appreciate that the MEC join us when we deal with the 4th quarter report from the department, and the PA to the MEC assured me that she will be available for that session next week. So I wanted to indicate that as well. Members, can I check? Those are the apologies. Are there any other apologies from members or anything that members may want to raise? If not, is there anybody that would want to move for the adoption of the apologies? Member Khadebe?
I move, Chair.
Thanks so much, Member Khadebe. So, Member Mfikwe?
I second, Chair.
Thank you so much, Member Mfikwe. I think we've therefore dealt with the apologies. Can we then move straight on to the agenda? Stembiso, can you quickly take us through the agenda items so that we can adopt the agenda?
Thank you, Chair. In terms of the agenda, on number 4 is the presentation on the research analysis on the 4th quarter for 22-23 financial year. Then on number 5, we have the presentation by the Department of Transport and Logistics and its entities. First, it will be the budget vote. 5.2, the responses to committee questions. On 5.3, the state of R28 Randfontein Provincial Road, as well as the oversight visit on R28. On number 6, we'll give a space to stakeholders to make submissions on the meeting. Then on number 7, we have the NCOP and provincial bills, of which we have 3 NCOP bills, of which will deal with the issue of the public hearings. Then on number 8, the study on the political economy. Number 9, resolution tracking. Number 10, petitions. Number 11, correspondence. As well as number 12, the date of the next meeting and adjournment. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Stembiso. May I ask somebody to please stop that person from trying to knock that door down there? It's really a distraction. Can somebody at the back there just ask those people to stop that now? We'll find another way of getting people through, but it's becoming a distraction to us. I'd really appreciate that. Thank you. Honourable members, that's the agenda. that we have for today. May I check with members if there's any inputs or comments from members? Member Duplessis.
Chair, I'll move for the adoption of the agenda.
Thanks, Member Duplessis. Member Duplessis has moved. Member Mfikwe.
Chair, thank you. I second the adoption of the agenda.
Thank you so much, Member Mfikwe. I think, therefore, the agenda is duly adopted for the committee meeting, so thank you very much. Stimbiso, can we then hand over to Fumlani to take us through the research analysis? But Stimbiso, can I just ask that while we are busy, there's a lot of noise going on in here. If we can just try and get the noise just to settle down, just until we've dealt with this research analysis, and then as we've indicated, we'll take a short break. Fumlani, are you ready? Members, just to indicate again, we'll take the analysis report from Fumlani. It was sent to all of us, as well as together with the actual, it was sent to us, so we've had an opportunity to go through that. Fumlani, over to you. And then after we've dealt with that and inputs from members, we'll then take a short break. Fumlani, over to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, committee members and our stakeholders and colleagues. I will be presenting the analysis of the fourth quarter report of the Department of Roads and Transport, also known as Transport and Logistics, and also its entities, Gauteng Management Agency, G-Fleet, as well as G-Fleet, the fourth quarter of the previous financial year. And in terms of the presentation outline, I'll briefly highlight the purpose of the analysis. Then I'll move to the analysis of the achievements of the department in terms of the service delivery and performance indicators. Then I'll also talk about the financial performance. Then I'll conclude. So in terms of the purpose of the analysis, it's mainly just to highlight areas of concern and also pockets of successes in the fourth quarter, performance of the department and its entities. And as always, I'll also raise some questions for the attention of the department and its entities. So moving to slide number 4, which talks about the performance indicators of the department, starting with the department itself, looking at the administration program, which is program number 1. In the fourth quarter, I've noticed that they are saying they've exceeded the targets on the procurement expenditure awarded to BBEE. That's a broad-based black economic empowerment, compliant empowerment suppliers, township-owned enterprises, as well as black-owned enterprises in the quarter under review. I think in terms of the question there, I've indicated that we should be asking the department as to how much was spent per these categories, the categories that I've just alluded to in the first bullet point there. So they've also indicated that they completed 2 surveys in the fourth quarter or at the end of the financial year. But I think it's important as a committee that we ask the department to provide us with a summary of findings as well as the recommendations and how are they going to implement the recommendations in the current financial year. Moving to transport infrastructure program, which is program number 2 of the department. According to the report, the EPWP expanded public works program work opportunities in the construction projects were not achieved. And according to them, they are saying this was due to overachievements in quarter 1 and quarter 2. So what they are saying here is that they had already overachieved this EPWP work opportunities in quarter 1 and 2. So that's why in the quarter under review, of which is fourth quarter, this particular target was not achieved. But they're also saying that the set targets for job opportunities that were created for women, youth, and people with disabilities were not achieved due to court interdicts in K60 and K156 as well as K148. And with regard to number of surface roads rehabilitated, according to the report, these were not achieved. And this was due to financial constraints in D438, which was experienced by the contractor, and non-payment of workers and SMMEs. And according to the department, they are saying they've extended the time for this particular contractor to complete the project up until June 2023. So I think, considering that we're already in the current financial year, we should be asking the department to provide us with the rollover for this particular project, considering that it was approved that this particular project be extended to the current financial year. So they should give us like an indication in terms of the rollover in the current financial year. Chairperson and committee members, I also Chairperson and committee members and our stakeholders, I also conducted a field work in R82, which runs from the DDR towards Vereeniging. There is still no progress in this particular project. The contractor is on site. I've noticed that the excavators are busy in that area, but comparing with what I've observed in my previous field work, I think there's no progress. I also conducted a field work in Vereeniging, Texeran, Chairperson. And what I've noticed is that no work has been done in the already constructed site. There is still no contractor on site. And I've noticed that, as we know, the area or the site has been abandoned. But what I've also noticed, Chairperson, is that they are extending the temporary taxi rank next to the other that other temporary taxi rank. That's where they're working currently in terms of extending the temporary taxi rank. And the area or the site that they're working on is next to the Prasa station, the metro rail station there. They've already paved, they're currently paving the area, and they've also already erected the fence there. And I thought I should also highlight that the lights in the temporary taxi rank in Vereeniging, when I went there last week Friday, they were working. Committee members will remember that this was a concern when we visited the very same site in our previous oversight committee oversight visit. So in terms of transport operation program there, number of subsidized bus routes were exceeded. And according to the report, they're saying this due to additional 42 roads that were subsidized due to commuter demand in DRT 109 and IC 48 contracts. So in terms of the question there, I think the department should provide a report on the commuter demand in DRT 109 as well as in IC 48 contracts, and measures in place to address the increased number of our commuter demands going forward. And I've also noticed that not all subsidized bus fleet were electronically monitored, and this was due to non-compliance by some operators. And in terms of the questions there, I think the department should provide us with a list of bus operators that are not complying with the requirements for monitoring system. And another question there that I think we should pose to the department is that the department should also provide a report on the penalty measures for non-compliance. Moving to transport regulation program, the department exceeded the revenue collection in the quarter under review, the fourth quarter, And this is reported to be due to continuous engagement with all agents on payment of outstanding fees. And I think considering that in the third quarter there was a concern with regard to some municipalities that were not necessarily paying the full amount, we should also check with the department if all the municipalities are up to date at the moment. And with regard to target for the number of operating licenses issued in the quarter under review, the target there was also exceeded. But I think we should ask the department provide us with a list of operating services that were issued in the quarter under review, and also explain what it means in terms of the state of the public transport in the province, considering that the number of operating licenses seems to be increasing each and every financial year. So let's move to Gauteng Management Agency in terms of the performance there. As always, Chairperson and committee members and our stakeholders, Gauteng reported to have achieved all set targets for the quarter under review, and this also include the set targets for the average number of rail and bus passengers due to recovery from COVID-19 and those products that they've presented previously. I think they are working considering that they are meeting this average number of rail and bus passengers. And moving to G fleet management, I've noticed that 66 vehicles were not fitted with tracker in the fourth quarter. I think this is a serious concern, as it means that there are a number of vehicles that are in the streets with no trackers. So in terms of making a follow-up with G-Fleet, I think we should ask them to provide us with a progress report on the installation of outstanding trackers in the vehicles, and also to explain how the entity monitors and accounts for vehicles that are not fitted with the tracker. And I thought I should also again remind the committee that in our oversight visit in one of the regional offices, we had an agreement with G-Fleet that they'll also demonstrate the live tracking system. So it's just a reminder that we should also fulfill that particular request. So I'll move straight to the financial performance of the department in the fourth quarter there. I've indicated in terms of a percentage contribution of each program there in the fourth quarter. As we can see in that pie chart there, that the significant expenditure was recorded in Gauteng, then followed by transport infrastructure, then transport operation, then we have administration with 5% and transport regulation with 4%. That's the percentage contribution to the actual expenditure of the department in the fourth quarter of the previous financial year, 2022-23 financial year. So in terms of the questions there, I think we should ask the department to provide us with reasons for huge balance remains in both transport operation and transport regulation. These two particular programs remains with a huge balance at the end of the fourth quarter, so we should get some explanation from the department as to why they do have such a huge balance at the end of the financial year or at the end of the fourth quarter. But then I also thought we should also ask the department to provide us, Chairperson, with a report on the non-operation of PATCO buses. It was all over the media, I think, last week. And they should provide us with a report with regard to non-operation of PATCO buses. And as we know, this was due to, according to media, due to diesel shortage that was caused by non-payment by the department. So I've also indicated the expenditure pattern there so that we can be able to see what was happening in the previous quarters up until the fourth quarter, then the balance there at the end of the financial year or end of the fourth quarter. As we can see in the quarter under review, there was like a actual expenditure amounting to 26%. And we can also see the pattern starting from the first quarter there, it was somewhere around 17%. Then it moved to 22% in the second quarter. Then in the third quarter, it was somewhere around 25%. And in the quarter under review, as I've already indicated, is 26%. And the balance that I was talking about, it amounts to 9%. And in terms of the figure, they were talking about 790 million balance that the department recorded at the end of the fourth quarter, of which in terms of percentage is 9% there. But I thought I should also make some comparison with the under expenditure that the department recorded in the previous financial year, the 2021-22 financial year, to say that it seems as if the department did not implement measures in place to sort of like curb the under expenditure even in the current financial year, not the previous financial year, considering that they also recorded 774 million, of which is 7% in 2021-22 financial year. So as we can see, there was non-implementation of measures to circumvent under expenditure even in 2022-23 financial year, considering that when we make comparison with the previous financial year, 2021-22 financial year, the department recorded the very same sort of like percentage in terms of the under expenditure there. Moving to Gauteng Management Agency, I've indicated the pattern there throughout the financial year per quarter. As you can see, these are the funds that were transferred from the main vote, the transport department itself, to Gauteng Management Agency. The first quarter, 23 or 24% was transferred to GMA. Then second quarter, it went down to 23%. And in the third quarter, it went up to 26%. And in the quarter under review, of which is fourth quarter, 27% was transferred to GMA. So there is no balance remain in terms of the transfers from the main vote there. In a way, that means all the final appropriation that has been allocated for GMA was transferred to GMA. But the report doesn't necessarily indicate the expenditure per cost drivers of Gauteng Management Agency. So that's why I thought as a committee we should ask the GMA to present on the expenditure per cost drivers so that we can be able to see how did they perform in terms of patronage, guarantee cost, and any other cost drivers that are used to execute the mandates of GMA. Moving to G Fleet Management Agency, this entity recorded an expenditure amounting to 242 million in the fourth quarter. In terms of percentage, is 30%, and that's 30% of 804, of which is the final appropriation of the GMA, the budget that they had in this financial year, 2022-23 financial year. So in the quarter under review, they recorded 30% expenditure, and they remain with a balance amounting to 52 million, and in terms of the percentage is 7%. And I thought I should also indicate again, make some comparison with the expenditure in the previous financial year. They recorded an under expenditure amounting to 30 million in the previous financial year, 2021-22 financial year. And I also thought I should also remind the committee that in 2021-22 financial year, G-Fleet regressed to qualified audit opinion with findings on the predetermined objectives and material non-compliance in the 2021-22 financial year. I hope when we go through the annual report in September, October, maybe there won't be any continuous regress in the G-Fleet, but we should monitor that as a committee. Lastly, Chairperson and committee members and our stakeholders, in conclusion, I think the balance that I've indicated in the department and G-Fleet, it's a serious concern, and the balance, in a way, one can interpret it as it means that the service delivery was compromised in that particular quarter. So it's a serious concern. I'll stop there, Chairperson. Thank you.
Super. Thank you very much, Fumlani. I think when I went through the analysis, you've gone into quite a lot of detail, but you're also highlighting a number of critical areas that we will have to, obviously, when we meet with the department, engage in a lot more detail. I want to, as I open up to members, I also want to put something before yourselves, and maybe you can comment on that as well. According to the committee program, and you will know that we've got a really heavy schedule because of the public hearings that we're having with the 3 bills that are before the committee. The committee program has a session with the MEC as a virtual session next Wednesday evening. Now, next Thursday, we're in Vereeniging, where we'll be having our public hearings on these 3 bills before the Portfolio Committee. So we're in. It is Vereeniging next Thursday. Fumlani? Next Thursday we're in Vereeniging, but I got it right. Yeah, I thought I'd mixed it up with Swanee. So it's in Vereeniging next Thursday. Now, if you look at the nature of some of the items that have been raised, I think it really warrants that the committee should be an in-person committee and not a virtual session, because sometimes on a virtual session, you don't really get to have that engagement that we'd really want to. But I wanted to ask members to speak to that when you raise or make any inputs now as to whether you are happy for that engagement with the department and the MEC to be on a virtual platform, or whether you would prefer that we rather convert it into a physical meeting next Wednesday evening in Vereeniging. And obviously we would have to engage with the MEC on the logistics about officials and how they would work that. But if members could speak to that as well when we engage on the analysis. Once again, Fumlani, thank you so much for the work put in. Can I then open up for members on any inputs or comments on the research analysis that you may have, and then also just your view on the session next week? I've seen one hand from Member Du Plessis. I don't see anybody, and Member De Lange. Member Du Plessis, then Member De Lange, and I'll take any other hands after that.
Chair, thank you very much. I would appreciate it if it could be a live discussion and not a virtual discussion with the MEC. I think that usually works better, and there's a number of things that we need to address. Just quickly on, and I don't know if I can just go back to the slides there. On slide number 5, that D483, it only says that a number of roads were not resurfaced. Can we just have some more clarity on that? Then on the Vereeniging taxi rank, we know there's the 2. There's the one that they're looking to the new one as well as the temporary one. So can we just get some clarity on, because it says there that nothing has been done, but we've heard that things have been done. So has it only been done at the temporary taxi rank, and that we're still awaiting for the building and the concretization of the second one? Then on slide 9, the G-Fleet tracker situation, can we just also get some more clarity? Because to fit a tracker takes you exactly 2 hours. I don't know why there's 66 vehicles that are still remaining without those trackers, and like you said, it remains a problem when it comes to how those vehicles are utilized. And then also the 9% under expenditure of the department is worrisome due to the fact that we know that there's a number of issues that we need to address as a department. If they can also give us some clarity on that. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Member Du Plessis. Member De Lange.
Chair, thank you very much. I just want to express my concern with the fact that the department keeps underperforming, underspending. If we look at the number of complaints that are being sent through, it does not get addressed. It is a serious issue, and I think we need to do a proper investigation. I also take it when the department comes to give feedback at some of the other committees as well, that what we get there and what we see here does not correlate with each other. I'm seriously concerned about that. And then, yeah, let me just stop there.
Okay, thanks, Member De Lange. Anybody else from the committee? Is everybody else covered? Okay. Having listened to some of the points raised by Member Du Plessis and Member De Lange, I imagine some of those might be questions that would go to the department. But let me hand back to Fumlani. You can handle what you would want to handle. But if you decide that those would need to be questions to the department for them to answer on next week, that's also fine. Over to you, Fumlani.
Thank you, Chair. The other questions, we'll refer them to the department, but I'll attempt to answer the first one, which was raised by Member Du Plessis with regard to Vereeniging. When I visited the site there last week, Friday, in the site which was abandoned by the department or the contractor, nothing is happening there. What is happening is that next to the temporary taxi rank, that's where they're expanding. It's just an expansion of temporary taxi rank, not necessarily working on that other project that we visited previously. Yes, yeah, that's all, Chairperson. Thanks.
Okay. Just to indicate to members, I think when the department presents to us on the budget, they do go into quite a lot of detail about the Vereeniging taxi rank. So I'm sure we'll get some information in the budget, but obviously it's something that they must respond to in terms of the fourth quarter when they appear before us next week. And also, as you'd be aware, straight after the public hearings next Thursday, we are planning to go to the Vereeniging taxi rank to go and see for ourselves as to what is happening, what progress is there, etc. So I think there's 3 opportunities and 3 bites that we're getting. There'll be one just now in the budget, next week when we meet with the department, and when we actually go and do a physical oversight on the ground next week, Thursday. So I think let's then take it at that. I just want to check with other members. Member Du Plessis raised the point about he would prefer to see it being a physical meeting with the department. Are members in agreement with that?
Yes.
For next week, Thursday? Is that fine? Okay, super. Now, I just want to seek the support of the committee. So we'll work on that today already to make sure that we can have the MEC join us and a team from the department. So members, I take it there's no other questions on the analysis, so we will use that as part of our document for next week. And the questions that have been raised here, as well as other questions that Fumlani had included in the analysis, will be forwarded to the department. And I think particularly, Fumlani, the department really needs to explain to us on this under-expenditure. If what you are saying in your report and what I read, it's clearly that under-expenditure has increased and surpasses the previous financial year. And I think we really need to get an understanding not only on the under-expenditure, but what are they actually doing to curb this under-expenditure? Because it can't be right year after year money is being surrendered and going back. So I think that's a critical area that we would need some responses on. So members, we've dealt with the research analysis. I did indicate just now that we would take a short break. So what I want to suggest, it's now 10 o'clock. So if we had to take about a 15-minute break, would that be all right? Just to allow everybody that has arrived already to be able to get into the hall. I suppose also a body break for us as well. So about a 15-minute break. Let's say 20 past. At exactly 20 past 10, we'll resume back in here. 20 past we'll resume and then formally start with the presentation and the meeting dealing with the budget. So to those who have joined us in here already, just to indicate we had started because we were dealing with our own in-house committee report. And so we'll take a short 20-minute break and allow everybody to get inside and settled, and then we'll begin, and then we'll start with our meeting at 20 past. Thank you very much. Thanks, members. See you at 20 past. Thank you. I think there is, Fumlani will guide you as to where to go. He'll guide you. But yeah, thanks so much. All right. I'm sure others that are outside will join the committee, but we need to start. I think we've given everybody sufficient time. All right, let's start. Let's take our seats. Good morning. Good morning to all the members of the Portfolio Committee. It's the second time that we are greeting each other. Let me also greet the committee support team and all the service providers that are here, and welcome you. And then let me extend a very warm welcome to the team from the Provincial Department of Transport and Logistics, who are led today by the HOD, Dr. Tulani Dadani, HOD, and to your team, welcome. And I know that when we hand over to you shortly, you will introduce your team as well, but welcome. May I at this stage just indicate that we started with our Portfolio Committee a little earlier, so some of the items on the agenda I will not be going through again. Safe to say that the MEC Kiriboni Tiali Klabela, who is the MEC for Transport and Logistics in the province, is unable to join us today because of a meeting with the National Minister of Transport that she's having to attend, and we did table her apology earlier. Let me also take this opportunity to welcome councillors that are present with us. Councillor Shabir Dabelia, you didn't give me a list of any other councillors here, but I want to extend a warm welcome to all councillors that are present. And Councillor Shabir, will you do me a list, please, so that I can also acknowledge just now, again, I'll do it when we get a gap. I want to acknowledge all councillors by name, but I have seen some councillors here. To members of the community that are here with us from Azaadville, a very warm welcome to you. And I know that there are community members from other areas, and there may be others that will be joining us. I know there are still some outside, but let me extend a very warm welcome to all of you to this, the Portfolio Committee on Transport and Logistics. It's our committee meeting, and normally what we do is we rotate around different regions of the province, and we invite local stakeholders and other community members from different wards to come and join us. It's not a public meeting per se, it's a Portfolio Committee meeting, and then as part of what we do, we then open up to members of the public that are here with us to ask any questions they would want to ask relating to what's being discussed here, and also what might relate to the Provincial Department of Transport and Logistics. Now, earlier on when we met, we declared this particular community hall as a precinct of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. So all the rules of the Gauteng Legislature now apply to this venue that we're in here. So the venue that you're in now is no longer just the Azaadville Community Centre. This is now a precinct of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature until we conclude with our committee meeting. But we did that formal declaration earlier. So I thought I should just give that indication. As I said just now, as a portfolio committee, some of our committee meetings we take out into different areas of the province. It's an opportunity for community members in different areas to experience firsthand how a portfolio committee operates, how we conduct ourselves as members of the Provincial Legislature, and how we do our oversight work over the department. And this department that we perform oversight over is the Provincial Department of Transport and Logistics. And it also gives you an opportunity to be able to interact with the department in such meetings. And so this is just part of our work. We don't just sit in a committee meeting at the Legislature on our own. We go out to communities because it's a way of publicising the work of the Legislature, but it's also a way of publicising the work of government. And as I say, in this instance, the Provincial Department of Transport and Logistics, and gives you that opportunity of being able to engage as well. So that is the main business that we're here for today. We as a portfolio committee, last week, we received from our research team an analysis of the budget of the Provincial Department of Transport and Logistics for this current financial year, which started on the 1st of April this year and will end on the 31st of March next year. So we've already received a research analysis. We had deliberations last week, and we posed a number of questions that we wanted the department to come and answer us on. So what's going to happen today is that just now, in the next few minutes, I'm going to hand over to the head of department, who's representing the MEC and leading the team from the department, which also includes G-Fleet, as well as the Gautrain Management Agency, the body responsible for running the Gautrain, which doesn't operate in the West Rand. I thought on a lighter note I must say that because in our previous meetings in the West Rand, people have always asked, when is this Gautrain coming to the West Rand? I remember when we were in Magaliesburg some time ago, that was raised as well. So that's on a lighter note, Mr. Dachs. So that's the main item that we're going to deal with here. When we are finished with the department, and the department has concluded its presentation, as committee members here, we will engage, we will ask questions. It's part of our work as the portfolio committee. When we're finished with that part, we're going to open up to everybody here to engage. You may have questions that have come out of the presentation that the department will make, or, as a couple of you already spoken to me, you've got concerns about provincial roads around here. I know somebody mentioned the R28 to me. Somebody else mentioned to me pothole issues. And so when we open up, it is for you to ask and engage on anything in particular that relates to the Provincial Department of Transport and Logistics. I know sometimes questions come in about matters that relate to a municipality or even sometimes national. And what the HOD and his team always do, they always undertake to raise those with the relevant body. We will also, just so that you're aware, once we've had the engagement from yourselves, we will then just deal with arrangements that are in place for our public hearings. We have 3 bills that are currently before the committee that have been referred to us by the National Council of Provinces, and the committee team will just take us through all of the logistics and the arrangements. And those hearings are taking place next week, Tuesday afternoon in Cosmo City, next week Thursday in Vereeniging, and the following week, I think it's the following week in Tshwane. But when the team talks about those bills, you may suddenly say to yourself, hey, I want to go and listen to that, I want to go and join. So you would be able to either come in person or join on Facebook, just as this meeting now is now live on Facebook and Twitter. you'd be able to follow those proceedings as well. We will also, and once we've dealt with that, we will close our committee meeting, and the committee itself will be doing a visit to the R28. There's flood damage, there's damage on the R28, and we are going to go and see that. It's part of our work as a portfolio committee in going out into areas to... Can I just ask that we a little bit of quiet at the end of the table there, please? So when we do an oversight visit like that, we are actually going out to actually go and look at areas that are requiring or are having the attention of the provincial department. And these are matters that we continuously follow up on. And maybe I can just say in advance, I know that there might be questions around the roads, some of the roads around Makgali City in particular, provincial roads that are not in good state. I've picked this up. You are free to raise that. I'm also aware of roads in Hekpoort which are needing attention. You are free to raise those. This is your government. This is your portfolio committee. We are members of the legislature. We were put in place when some of you, and hopefully all of you, voted in an election in 2019, and we are accountable to yourselves. And the legislature accounts to you as well, and so does the department. So on that note, HOD, can I give you a few minutes just to get ready? I've been given the list of names here. You know what I'm going to do? Let me do this. Is there a roving mic available? Okay. Can we have that roving mic being available here? I'm going to ask all the councillors that are with us here to stand up and introduce themselves. They're going to bring a roving mic to you. Councillor Shabir, let's start with you, and then you'll pass it on to the other councillors. Can we bring the microphone here? Right to here. And then Councillor Shabir Dabelia, you will then hand that mic to the other councillors. Is that all right? Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. We appreciate your presence here. We have with us a number of councillors in the space and a number of stakeholders. I'm obviously going to give each one an opportunity to introduce themselves. Thank you very much.
The councillors, yeah.
Thank you very much, Councillor Sabir. My name is Councillor Thapelo Tsose from Ward 25 in Mansonville. Also, I'm a Sanko PEC member. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, and good morning to everyone. This is Councillor Nhlanhla Nhlapo from Red Valley. Thank you.
Good morning, the community of Makgali City. Good morning, the legislature department. And my name is Councillor Francina Chotledi from Western District Municipality. I'm staying in Kagiso.
Morning, Portfolio Committee Chairperson. My name is Peter Mokoto, Ward Councillor for Ward 36 in Kagiso.
Morning, everyone. I'm Councillor David Vetboy from Ward 35 in Swaneville.
Councillors.
Morning, everybody. My name is Mohammed Lahe. I'm the chairperson of the Azaadville Ratepayers Association.
Super. Thanks very much, Councillor Dabelia.
Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you. Thanks. No, thank you very much. And I deliberately wanted councillors to introduce themselves. And I want to say again to all of you, welcome. We appreciate you being here. And hopefully, as councillors, you will gain information from here that will help you in your work, in your respective wards, and also would enable you to be able to answer questions and also to know who to contact when there are matters that relate to the Provincial Department of Transport and Logistics. So once again, welcome. I also just want to again welcome all our guests that are here, both here from Azaadville and who've come in from other areas. I understand there were a couple of problems with some of the transport arrangements. If you were affected by that, let me extend my apologies to you on behalf of the committee. The other thing that I need to indicate, normally in such a committee meeting, there are always interpretation booths. And I was advised this morning that there's been a challenge in securing the appropriate interpretation booths. I want to apologize most profusely on behalf of the committee. It's not something that we are responsible for arranging, and it is incorrect that we have a meeting like this and there's no interpretation. So I want to sincerely apologize. It's a matter that we will take up with the leadership of the institution of the Provincial Legislature. It's the first time this has happened to our committee, and we want to apologize most profusely. But when it comes to the engagement session, if you want to ask the question in your language of choice, you're free to do that. And we will make sure that the department is able to answer, despite the fact that you might ask in your language of choice. So once again, please accept our sincere apologies. I also understand that everybody did get some refreshments and coffee, etc., outside. So we are good to go. On that note, I don't want to delay any further. HOD, Dr. Tulani Dadani, welcome again to you and your team. Let me hand over to you, and you will then guide us as you hand over to different team members. But maybe you would want to start by introducing your team to us. We are live on Facebook. I understand we are live on Twitter. Is that correct? Or we are not live on Facebook? Facebook only. And YouTube. Okay, it's fine. We are on Facebook and we are on YouTube. So there are members of the public outside of here that are watching these deliberations as well. So it means that everybody must be on their best behavior, because you're not just talking here, we're talking to other members of the public around the province. HOD, over to you, and once again, welcome.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Honourable Chairperson, all members of the Portfolio Committee. Chair, I have with me the team for the Transport Provincial Department. My name is Dr. Tulani Mdadane. I'm the head of department. I will start in no protocol, just how we are seated. We have got Ms. Matlonyana, who's the director for the bus subsidy program called PTOC program. She's a director there. And then we have got DDG for roads, Mr. Makubane. Then Mr. William Dax, the CEO of the Gauteng Management Services. Then Mr. Tsepo Jorge who's the COO from GMA. Then DDG Corporate Services, Mr. Pule Sekawana. Then the acting CFO, Mr. Govender. Then down there we have got Mr. Ernest Mashaba, who's our acting Chief Director for Design Unit, Professional Services. And Mrs. Mbangwa from the acting Chief Director for Finance, Chief Fleet and Budget within the department. Then Ms. Angela, who's our IGR Director. And Mr. Russell, who's in the office of the HOD. And I hope I've mentioned officials, and we have got other officials that are from the office of the HOD and the office of the MEC. I forgot the CEO for G-Fleet, Ms. Nokolo Manager. She's also part of the team. So we've got full team from both G-Fleet, GMA, and the department with us today. Chair. The approach that we are suggesting is that the CFO, the acting CFO, will do the budget vote for the department. Then the CEO, Mr. Dark, will then do the budget vote for GMA. That's how we would like to split it, Chair. On the question side, the four DDGs will lead, starting with program 1 from question 1 to 3 on HR-related questions. Then question 4 to 7 will be roads-related. DDG roads will take all of them at the same time. Then question 8 to 11 would be TEPO assisted by Ms. Montlonya. And then GMA will do question 12 around GMA-related matters. And lastly, the CFO will deal with question 14 to 16. That will be the approach we're suggesting, Chair. Then at the end, on R28, DDG Transport will give the briefing to the portfolio committee. That's how we are requesting, Chair, we approach it.
Okay. HOD, thanks very much. I mean, if I listen to your outline, it's quite a lot of information. So can I give you 1 hour? I'll give you yourselves up until 12 o'clock. You need to divide that time up amongst your team. By 12 o'clock, we must conclude. I hope that's sufficient time because we also want to take, the committee wants to engage, and we also want to open up to members of the public, and we still want to get to the R28. HOD, will 1 hour be sufficient? HOD, will that be sufficient time?
Yes, hour will be sufficient.
Okay.
Is it for everything, Chair?
Yes.
Budget, questions?
No, just your presentation.
On the budget.
And the questions, everything that you sent. You sent us a big presentation. I want to give you 1 hour.
We try, Chair.
Okay, but don't break the speed limit when you're trying to do that presentation. Let's assess how far you are. If you need a bit more time, just drop me a note and we can give it a little bit more time. What I don't want is for us to rush and dilute the information. But we also do need to manage time. So let's say we are about 11:45. If you feel you need more time, HOD, let's just interact. You can just drop me a note or just mention to me and we'll extend it a bit. But so let's hand over to yourselves, HOD, and back to you and the team. Thank you so much. HOD, before I do that, may I also just warmly welcome those of you who are watching this committee meeting on YouTube and watching on Facebook. Thank you for joining, and we hope that you will find this committee, the deliberations of this committee meeting, informative, and hopefully it will answer some of the questions you may have always had about how the Department of Transport and Logistics operates and the kind of work that it does. So welcome, and we trust you will find it enjoyable. Over to you, HOD and the team. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson and committee members and HOD for the opportunity for us to present our budget vote. Chairperson, as you've indicated, we will go relatively quick through it because I think you have based questions already on the budget. I just want to check if it's projecting.
Yeah, it's projecting. We can see.
Okay. Chairperson, in terms of the budget, basically on the areas that we focused is just general on the budget, the discretionary budget, the main area of the department, one of the main areas of the department, the bus subsidies, our revenue growth. Chairperson, we thought that it would be important that we highlight to the committee areas of commitments that have been mentioned in terms of the Premier that are in our budget unfunded, which we are working with Treasury to try and secure additional funding for. So we thought that we should bring this to your attention so that you're fully aware of some of the shortcomings that this budget particularly has. Overall, in terms of the budget, Chairperson, for the 2023-24 financial year, our budget is at 8.4 billion, going across to 9.1 billion over the MTF. That's up until the 2025-2026 financial year. In terms of the allocation itself, when we refer to infrastructure, Chairperson, this is obviously the area that supports our road infrastructure from a maintenance perspective, from a road construction perspective, and general maintenance of the roads. The budget that has been allocated for this particular area over this financial year is 1.7 billion, growing across to 2 billion over the MTF. We must indicate that from the national side, they have given us an increase in our provincial road maintenance grant, which is the grant that comes from National Department, and they've increased that to R1 billion. But on the allocation from the province, we've actually dropped in that area. Now, these funding allocation for the projects is based on our state of readiness to implement. That is based on us having gone through the normal process of supply chain, needs analysis, everything, so that the project then goes into full swing once it's formally appointed. The other area that we must highlight in terms of the budget is this area of concern, Chairperson, when it comes to our discretionary allocation. Now, ordinarily, when we look at the department, we think that it's primarily focused on infrastructure, but there's another element of the department which is the transport side of things. And on the transport side of things, we have the public transport operations, which is the bus subsidies that we provide. And then we have the operational aspects which talk to the areas of our driver license testing centers, our toll labs, which regulate in terms of the regulations of permits, etc., for our taxi operations, for our public transport operations. Now, that particular budget, Chairperson, is where we've got a concern for the department, because as you can see on the screen, this allocation, which is supporting these initiatives, has decreased quite significantly in this financial year to 105 million, which means that as a department, we are significantly underfunded in this area. And this then translates into the fact that we are unable at this stage to implement some of the key priorities or go full swing with those key priorities that the Premier had put on this department and termed as elevated priorities. But we must indicate that we have commenced with discussions with the Provincial Treasury. We've already established a task team that is supported by the Provincial Treasury together with ourselves from the department to try and address this issue on the underfunding so that we can then elevate. But as a department, our budget is then realigned, considering this limitation, to focus purely on the priorities so that we can, one, make sure that those are addressed. But it does place a strain on the operations of the department. On the revenue side, Chairperson, on the bus subsidies, which is obviously an area of concern most of the time, it talks to the fact that on the bus subsidies, the budget for this year is 3 billion, increasing to 3.1 billion. And my colleague will then talk about the progress that we've made in relation to the bus subsidies regarding the negotiated contracting route that we've opted. On the revenue side, we have the revenue has to some extent remained more or less stagnant on the basis that we've moving from 5 billion right up until 5.4 billion. And this, just for all the members to understand, this is where the revenue of the department is purely focused around the motor vehicle licensing issues, where we issue the licensing and the permits that we then generate revenue from. Chairperson, I'm not going to go detailed in terms of the other areas, because this is just highlighting to the committee members where we are facing our funding pressures around the commitments and how we will respond to that particular area. Chair, I'm going to end at that point. Thank you, Chairperson. Through your Chair, I'm going to hand over to the CEO of Gauteng to take us through the budget of GMA.
Honourable Chairperson, honourable members, while we're looking for the presentation, perhaps if I could, there we go, thank you. If I could. There we go. Thank you, Chair. In terms of just introduction, I think it's very important that I explain a little bit more about the Gauteng Management Agency. Our mandate, we were established in terms of the GMA Act 2006 as amended to manage the implementation of the Gauteng Rapid Rail project and the relationship with the concessionaire. Our overall goal is to manage, coordinate and oversee the Gauteng project and enhance the integration of the project with other transport services and public transport plans. We have in place very strong oversight and governance arrangements. I think it's suffice it to say that we, chaired last year, received our 10th consecutive clean audit. In terms of our budget allocation for the current financial year, the 2023-24 one, our current source of revenue is MTF funding. We've been allocated 2.5 billion rand for the financial year, and we plan to spend the full budget in this year. We do cash flow projections monthly in line with Treasury receipts, and we make sure that we come out at the end of the year having spent our allocations correctly. Our administrative expenditure, Chair, this is just an important benchmark that we use, is less than 10% of the total allocated budget. Looking through the line items, the GMA support costs, that is the cost of running the GMA CapEx costs. We spend an amount of money on system improvement costs around the Gauteng system. Specialised services and independent monitors are ongoing expenditure items, and we have a relatively small budget for legal and commercial costs. Operating period variations, these are additional costs through variations which we've made to our concession agreement, but of course the largest item in our budget is the patronage guarantee costs. Chair, we would just want to note that we are in the final MTF period of the concession agreement, so we'll be winding down that patronage guarantee. If we show this graphically, you can see that the patronage guarantee consumes 80% of our total budget. The rest of the items are spread, as you can see through that pie chart. I think in concluding on this, I think the second point is the most important one. Chair, we always on the lookout for beyond the fiscus, beyond this allocation for additional resources. Chair, this is mainly in two parts. The one is a continual push for increased ridership, because that results in increased revenue coming into the system and reduces our obligation, and having embarked on a program for commercial revenue sources, which are small, but I think they're important going forward. Thank you, Chair.
The first item of the agenda, the vote, both entities are done. Let me indicate, Chair, as I conclude, that the dependent vote for 2023-2024 is seriously underfunded. There's an amount of underfunding by about over 200 million underfunding. There is a political discussion by the two MECs, MEC for Finance and MEC for the Department to assist the Department, because a number of the Premier's pronouncements that were made in February have not been catered for in the new budget. Some of those include the priority issues around security aspect, the new number plates for the province, the issues of scrapping of e-tolls and so forth. So there is a discussion just next week on Monday. The two MECs will be meeting to follow up and provide some form of intervention. We are hoping that that intervention would not stop the pronouncements, but rather give the department a permission to proceed as pronounced by the Premier, and during budget adjustments, those kind of pronouncements, they can then be, through that process, be covered. Chair, I forgot as well to indicate that during the opening remarks that you asked me to do, to apologize that the MEC is not joining us as we have indicated, and myself, we have been deployed to a strategic meeting outside of the province, and we've got to leave this afternoon for that strategic meeting, both myself and the MEC. And I'm requesting that at some point I would leave the meeting. However, the DDG Roads, Mr. Mukubane, would be leading assisted by the CEO of GMA, will lead the delegation from the department in that regard. Thanks very much.
No, thanks, HOD. I think that's okay. But I want to just make a suggestion, HOD. I can assure you there are going to be lots of questions that come up from members. When I was going through the presentation last night, there are a lot of matters that I think that will come up. There will be matters that will come up that are those that either from those who are with us here. And I want to make a suggestion, HOD, that perhaps we can discuss with the MEC when we're dealing with the fourth quarterly report next week, Wednesday, that we give you an opportunity and the MEC to expand a bit more on some of the questions that may be raised here, but particularly the matter that you've raised now. Because when I went through the report, the funding for the maintenance of robots on provincial roads, I see your report says you will run out of funding. I think it's by October or November. And that happened in this last financial year, which I found out about a couple of weeks ago. It's those matters that I think we as a committee would want further engagement on. With yourself and the MEC, you may want to interact with the MEC, but obviously we'll also speak with the MEC outside of this meeting, because this is the last financial year of this administration. And we want to see, as a portfolio committee, we want to see as much work taking place as possible. And we wouldn't want to find out or find the department in a situation where it can't deliver on the work that it's supposed to deliver on. I'm raising one example that I saw in the report, that the money allocated for the maintenance of provincial robots, your report says it very clearly, money will run out. And what's just happened now with provincial robots not being fixed at all, despite the issues of load shedding, but when robots don't work, I'm just giving an example, it has a huge impact on motorists and users of the road. So I think those are matters that we would want to probably, as a portfolio committee, engage further on when we meet to deal with the fourth quarterly report next Wednesday, late afternoon in Vereeniging. So I just thought I should raise that here. But that's fine, HOD, when you need to go, it's fine. I'm told that DG Mokobani will take over as leading the delegation, and I'm sure that where there are real serious questions that need further interaction on, they will also raise that with you once you get back from that particular meeting that you're attending. So over to you, HOD, and the team to take us forward. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable Members of the Committee and our local councillors. Chairperson, my name is Pulesi Kawana, DDG for Corporate Services. I'll be taking you through question 1, 2, and 3. The first question was to ask the Department to provide a breakdown of the 852 million budget for compensation of employees per departmental divisions, units, and also indicate the vacant positions in each unit. The slide in front of you, Chairperson, will give you a budget breakdown for Program 1. You would note that MEC's office is allocated 11 million. Corporate services has got the highest chunk. So it's followed by finance and the departmental strategy unit, making a total of 215,630,000. The next program is transport infrastructure, what we ordinarily call the roads branch. The total allocation for compensation of employees is 347,956,000, and it's broken down, as you could see there, with the highest allocation being our maintenance unit, as it has the largest number of employees. The third program, it's Program 3, and it's subdivided into two. One will be your transport operations, and the second one will be your public regulation, public transport regulations. And those two have got a total of 221,945,000. And the breakdown you could see there, with the highest being under pre. Just note some typo there, and we'll correct it on the documents that we give you. So that one that says Program 3, the first one, below there will actually be public transport regulator. The total budget, therefore, for compensation of the department, it's 852,486,000 for the current financial year. Chair, as far as vacancy rate is concerned, you'll bear with us. We didn't do this per branch, simply because the PERSAL system on allocation of breakdown of vacancy per branch was offline for a few days now under our vote. So we'll just give you the roundup on vacancy rate. Currently, we have a vacancy rate of 29% as at the end of March. This means that we have 1,600 posts that are filled out of a total of 2,258 approved posts, leaving us with 658 posts that are vacant. This is an improvement of about 18% from the opening of 47% at the beginning of the financial year last year. We have advertised over 210 positions in the last financial year, and in this coming year, we hope to advertise yet another close to about 150 positions. It is our hope that by the end of this financial year, we should be able to move our vacancy rate to the regulated 10% required vacancy. Question 2, Chairperson. There was a question that we should indicate our role in implementing the Gauteng Integrated Youth Development Strategy 2030 that was approved by Provincial Cabinet. The department is committed to providing young people with job opportunities. The department intends to recruit 500 young people for the National Youth Service Program over the next 2 years. The National Youth Program will allow youth cohort to enhance their talents. And we further hope that the program, as a government initiative, will aim to engage the South African youth in community service. Excuse me, this is just a repeat. Yeah, sure. Thanks, CFO. Other initiatives that we're looking at as far as youth is concerned is that we have targeted 1,000 youth, women and people with a disability in the Aviation Career Expo. We're looking at 200 young women from Tish, trained as commercial drivers, 600 youth and women and people with a disability trained as drone engineers, call center representatives and dispatchers, 100 women from Tish to become proficient and safe passenger-focused drivers and business owners, 500 youth in the areas of artisan program around your electrician, plumbers, fitters and tanners and the likes, another 500 youth around your truck drivers participating in the Suffer Stops program, and another 300 youth and women that could participate in what we call self-development program. Chair, we have recruited interns again. These are graduating the department to the total of 63 that have been appointed to date across those different branches in the department. The next slide also talks about, but there's a total of 66. We further hope that we will be recruiting additional 24 again, making a total of 153 interns across the department. We have done bursary allocation to staff in the department, majority of whom are first-time graduates or first-time degrees. We have approved 81 of them, and currently 11 of them are registered in universities. The 37 will go for second semester, and 33 will register in the beginning of next year. People with disability, that was question 3. We have committed to increase our people with disability across the sector. In particular, we're looking at contractors and service providers, which will also be around our SMMEs to be employed in that sector. We seek to establish measures also to integrate and promote women in the construction industry. There will be a proposal that has been accessible business as a must-have item. We have also received 2 lift buses from Japan with a pilot project which will connect people with disability to the Gauteng accessible transportation network. This vehicle will carry people with disability to Rea Vaya and Gautrain stations, Soweto and Germiston. We have also approved internally, we have approved disability policy. All our adverts to recruit will have a fair discrimination towards people with disability. Chairperson, we are currently standing at 0.6%, and we're not very proud of this target, as we need to reach the 2% of the national target as set on us. Other areas in the industry that we hope to include people with disability will be cross-cutting focal areas, which are mainstreamed into all components of growing Gauteng together. Preferential procurement, we hope to have 30% of the youth and 40% of women and 7% company owners for people with disability. That's our target for the current year. Chairperson, I will stop here and hand over to my colleague to deal with question 4.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, HOD, and colleagues. The department, the question was to provide the plans to complete K54 in Mamelodi, the K46 in Diepsloot, and the Hendrik Potgieter Bridge. On the K54, the department is busy coordinating with the stakeholders, that is the Department of Human Settlement and Municipality, City of Tshwane, to try and resolve and remove the encroachment. And we are also in the process of getting the contractors, the replacement contractors. We are finalizing our panel of contractors, so meaning we're not going to go out on tender. We are busy in the evaluation. The evaluation of those contractors as a panel will be concluded in June, so we don't have long times of procurement of contractors. And on the K46, the process of the project has been not as quick as we anticipated, mainly because of the stakeholder issues, but we are on the ground resolving them. And what we are planning to do is to try and complete the project into sections in a way as a way of acceleration. And then on the issue of the Hendrik Potgieter, the project is running well. We are anticipating to complete the project in November this year. That is 10 months as promised. So the contractors are on the ground, and we also have we are busy with the rehabilitation of the diverted routes. Those roads that we are using for diversion under the JRA, but it's the department sorting it out. Then on the question 5, it's just the list of the projects that will be rehabilitated, resealed, regravelled, and blacktop patched in the current financial year, taking into account the state of the roads in the townships. So we have a list of the regravelling roads in this 2023-24 financial year. We have D1871, that is in Orange Farm, in Sidibeng, D25, Rivile, Motsweding, D359, Vesgat in Sidibeng, D473, Porky in Sidibeng, D2347, Ratanda in Ekurhuleni, D400 Magalispek in Westrand, D734 Hammanskraal in Tshwane. Then we have the list of those roads that will be resealed. That is Kokosi in Raskraal, Fochville, the P61 Kutong, and then the P89/1 in Carltonville, the D1755 in Kutong, the D1064 in Kokosi, Raskraal, D331 in Kutong, and D92 in Kutong. Then continue with the resealing, we have also the P123 in Tselopele Informal Settlement, Bretts, the D318, that is in Soshanguve, is called South Pansbeck Road, the D613, that is Sirman in Hammanskraal, the P66/1 Makapanstad Road in Temba, Hammanskraal, the D604, which is Bushveld Road in Mabopane, Winterveld, the P66/2, that is Molefe Makinda / Lucas Mangope Road, that is Harankua, Mabopane, and Winterveld, and then the P230, the Central House Road, which is in Soshanguve. And then we also have the D621, that is Klip Avenue in Winterveld, the D2758, Hebron Road in Soshanguve, the P41, which is R549, Ratanda, the K146, that is Rivet Garnett Street in Togoza, the K91, that is King Mutala Road in Togoza, the R500 Carltonville Road in Carltonville, and the R501 Opel Hauser Road in Carltonville. So the list of roads that we're going to do blacktop patching, we have the Golden Highway in Orange Farm, the R57 Sasolback Road in Bupelong, Atterbury Road in Ferryland, Impala Road in Proteatland, Main Reef Road in Mutlakeng, R573 in Refilwe, and the Harfon Road in Woodhill. Then we have also Main Reef Road in Kagiso, Kuzong Road in Carltonville, Moloto Road in Kalinen, Mamelodi, Molefe Makinda, Soshanguve, Northumberland in Four Ways, Lucas Mangope in Hammanskraal, and we have Snake Road as well in Zakane, Alberton Road in Leondale, R25 in Modderfontein, R82 Walkerville, R559 in Randfontein, R550 in Duduza, the R551 in Meyerton. We further have the R566 in Soshanguve, Allandale Road in Tembisa, the R42 in Nigel, the R513 in Retabiseng, the R80 in Soshanguve, Malibongwe Road in Cosmo City, the R24 in Magaliesburg. Then
DG, sorry to interrupt you. Can you just explain, for the benefit of everybody, what is the difference between resealing and blacktop patching? Just explain that, please, because I'm sure it's a question that people would want to ask. Just explain the difference, please.
So the resealing, it's more about the closing of the current top to avoid the penetration of water, moisture into the surface, the road surface itself. Whereas the black top is more like the patching with the tar over the current road. So it's more like rehabilitating the road, but it's not the major one, it's just the light one. So we're not going to get the bigger contractor. It's a quick and fast way of fixing the road. So you will, when you drive on the road, it will appear as if it's basically rehabilitated in complete nature, but it's not like that. So it's not a major rehabilitation. It's a quick process of getting the road fixed, but it's also sustainable. It's not a quick way of doing unquality work, but we are doing major quality work. So we sort of doing the entire layer or entire lane or carriageway of the road. Then we have the question 6 on the detailed report on the budget allocated for the maintenance of the traffic lights in the province. I must admit that there has been challenges on this one. The traffic signals, it's a problem. Robots are not working as much as they should be. One of the major challenges may be that we fix the road, but then because of the load shedding, it appears that the traffic signals have not been patched. So the department has appointed Holobia Trading with a JV partner, Windings Contractors. This have started in 2021 for the design, installation, repair and upgrade and maintenance of the 400 traffic signals across the province of Gauteng for a period of 3 years. We are in the second year right now. So the scope of works includes the maintenance, that is preventative routine maintenance, response maintenance and design of the modification. So they are patrolling or they are going through the traffic signals, and if there's any defect or traffic signal that is not working, we are maintaining that. So it also includes the new installation, meaning when there is a requirement for the new installation of a traffic signal, we are responding to that. We install the new signal. Then the upgrades, that is in response to improve if there is any level of technology that we have to put in there, we do that. That is in upgrades. And then the geometrics, that is the modification in the roads. So here we just outlining the number of the signals is 400, and we're dividing them in areas. And then we also are putting together the team, or we have put together the team. The slide talks about the teams that we have there, 5 teams, of which 8 is the skilled workers. And we move on to now respond to the budget. We've got the contractor is appointed for 35 million. And in 2021, it was 4 million. And 2022-23, 70 million. And this financial year, 30 million, and this financial year we already spent 203,000 rands. This is just the expenditure that we incurred from 2022 up to 2023, and we just indicating as well that in the average monthly we are spending 1.8 million. And we're hoping that by November we would have exhausted this budget of this year. here we are explaining the challenges that we having on the roads, the theft and the theft of the cable, load shedding, where we installed the R55 African review, but that has been stolen within the same 2 days. So it will appear that we have not done anything. And question 7, that is more on the memorandum of agreements with the municipalities in order for us to get involved in sorting their roads. We've got 5 that has been signed by the municipalities, and we still have 4 that we have to go. So the city of Ekurhuleni have signed, the city of Johannesburg has signed, the city of Tshwane has not signed, but we are in discussions with them. We have already discussed, had a first meeting. We're going to finalize in the next week, and hopefully we'll have that signed. West Rand has not signed. The Rand West has not signed. Merafong has just signed now, but when we're writing the report, they have not signed. Mohali City has signed. Lesedi has signed. Mfuleni has signed. The Midval has not signed, but we, with the IGR, we are following up, and we're hoping to get the signed done. So now we will hand over to a colleague on the subsidized buses. Question 8. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair and honourable members. I will take you through the PTOG issues. Can we have the presentation up? All right, so we, as a department, the GMA was asked to come in and assist in managing the project to get it over the line of negotiating the bus contract. So as we see, there's a bit of background. There was 32 contracts with 13 bus operators and an additional 24 tendered contracts. And now we're reducing them to a smaller number of contracts. What we needed to do is actually be able to say, well, there are other issues. So the contracts are irregular and they have created a problem with auditing issues. But how do we get out of that space? As part of the NLTA, you are allowed, as part of Section 41(1)(a), B, and C, to be able to negotiate the contract on a once-off basis with existing operators. So we are negotiating with existing operators, but because we're using 41(1)(b), what we're doing is we're then requesting that we then need to bring transformation into the space. And 41(1)(b) then says promoting economic empowerment of small businesses or persons with who are previously disadvantaged or unfairly discriminated. So we've requested that 30% of all the contracts, at least 30% of all the contracts, should then be subcontracted to PDIs and other people who benefit. And then the interim contracts themselves have been extended by 3 months to allow for us to be able to conclude the current negotiations. This shows you what they call it, the interim contracts that have existed, and the biggest challenge with these contracts that they had been rolled over for 72 times, and that was a big issue. Big issues in there was that the rate is very low, and in actual fact, what a lot of contractors do is contracts that are or routes that are unprofitable, they do not operate them. So you get a lot of DNOs, which stands for did not operate. And the point was for us to be able to rationalize these contracts and make sure that they operate properly. And this led to a big under-expenditure in the space. The actual progress so far, we have managed to be able to meet all the stakeholders and also get together and develop a negotiating framework and then develop a risk matrix and start the implementation as of the 1st of April. The updated contract discussions, COJ and Orange Farm and Soweto, we've done the work. It's in progress as it is right now. Sidibeng is on track. The COE, which is Ekurhuleni, is also on track. City of Tshwane is on track. We had a few delays there,
in the sense that they had not signed their intergovernmental authorizing agreement, but we are progressing there while we are discussing with the municipality at the same time. Moloto was delayed, but it's now back on track. So by the time we went to print, it was still delayed, but we are back on track. A few of the issues that have come out of the negotiating of the contracts, primary to the entire thing, the legislation says you can negotiate a contract up to 12 years, but because we are gunning for transformation, we've split the contract up into two parts. So the first years is the first 7 years, which gives somebody enough time to be able to prepare themselves and then develop their contract in such a way that later on we can open up the contracts to be fully tendered out. And that's where we are. We also disagreed about the phasing in points. Contractors were looking for 24 months. We cannot have 24 months of under expenditure again. So therefore, we are getting we've pushed it down to 12 months, which has been agreed to, and then the contract rates and all of that are subject to further negotiations. And there are a few issues that relate to ticketing that we're already handling as part of the integrated fare management. There is a big issue also on bringing on diversification of ownership of all these companies. This is as per the codes of practice from the DTI. These are the minimum requirements, and we are bringing them up as part of the negotiation as such. And then the under expenditure on what they call it on the PTOG is atrocious, to say the least. It's about 32% under expenditure over the period of time, and that means services have not been been brought through. And as you can see, the money has grown. So over the MTEF, we will be up for over 8 billion rands of expenditure, and therefore we need to make sure that the money gets spent overall. In terms of risk, there were a few risks that have come up, but a lot of them have been mitigated, and they are at a low point. And there was the issue of the IGAAs not being signed. All 3 of the large cities have signed. Only City of Tshwane had not signed by the time we went to print, but I have been told that they will be signing soon. Unsuccessful negotiations, I don't think so. The operators themselves have struggled a bit, so we have actually managed to convince them to come on board. So a lot of the issues here in terms of risk, they are actually at hand. The seeding of the Mamelodi contracts themselves, it was an issue that was brought up, but it has become very clear to us that the City of Tshwane will not be ready to take over those contracts, and we will be managing it as part of the long-term contracting themselves. The next steps is making sure that we conclude everything, and then onboarding the contractors, the service providers, and then negotiating with labor and all the other issues that have to come up. And then we will conclude the negotiations. The first preliminary part will be done by the end of this month, and then in June the signing ceremonies will continue through. And then these are a few of the meetings that we'll take from here onwards.
Okay, good morning, still morning. The next question is on the department should present on the effectiveness of the electronic monitoring system in the subsidized buses, taking into account that commuters are generally unhappy with the services provided by bus contractors. What I can say about this before I go through the slide is that the current system is working well. Just that the penalties are not as good or as high as they should be, and therefore it's not the DNOs and the other penalties. That's why the commuters are still complaining, even though we have this system. But the system is working perfectly. As you can see there, it says it allows us to track real-time operations. What it means, we can see each and every bus, where it moves and where it goes. Then it makes it easy or accurate for us to be able to be paying for what is operated and nothing else. So far we have 1,923 buses that have been installed with the gadgets, and the supervisory monitoring firms are doing the monitoring for the department. And when the claims are put through, then we compare the operations as per those gadgets and what the operators are claiming. So that's what it is. The next one is on the 20 million that the taxi fund is to receive or has received in terms of the announcements of the Premier in the SOPA. That was an agreement or during the taxi summit resolutions in 2019, which was a follow-up from the one that was held in 2016. There was an agreement between the taxi industry and the department, and the memorandum of understanding was then signed, which then led to us led to the department taking part into the formation of the trust. The trust is to ensure that the taxi industry is regulated and have investment opportunities, make them a formal sector by way of being a support in terms of money, providing money. We know that the taxi industry are not really good when it comes to money issues, and therefore they are unable to get funding from other sources of like your banks. So they will be standing in as security in terms of the taxi industry. In this case, we are talking about Santaco Gauteng and Gauteng, the GNTA. So the taxi industry trust will be doing that and assisting in having them have taxi hubs that are built in terms of the taxi industry and advancing economic development. And that is basically what the money is about. The money or the MOU was stated that this will be temporary until the trust can be run on its own without the department. Thank you. The next question is on question 11 on the SOPA, the announcements from the SOPA. GMA, I think.
Chair, I will be dealing with the presentation on the Vereniging intermodal facility. Just by way of background here, and I think this is always an important point, this is the rail map of Gauteng. And what's that got to do with a taxi rank? And the importance here and the background to this project is that the taxi rank and the station were supposed to operate together as an intermodal transport mode. And we also focused on the taxi rank. It's very important to just remember that Vereniging is a very important intermodal transport node. This is the station precinct. It's Vereniging Station next to the CBD, right at the border of the province with the Free State. Quickly, by way of background, way back in 2011, there was a station precinct development plan. There was an agreement between Sedibeng and PRASA. And PRASA was going to upgrade its station as part of the modernization program. So PRASA took on this project as project managers, planning, design, and execution. Then there was a moratorium on PRASA procurement for whatever reason in 2013. And that's when the province stepped in through the Department of Roads and Transport and the Department of Infrastructure Development. And unfortunately, between 2013 and 2018, although there was money spent and construction done, it wasn't successful, and there was a termination of the contract in 2018. In 2020, that is when the MEC, the then MEC, requested the GMA to come in terms of the GMA Act, and we've been assisting since December 2020. Chair, it's very important. We're not doing this because it's a taxi rank. We're assisting the department, and we're able to do so through the GMA Act because of the location next to the rail station. We signed a service level agreement with the department in October 2021. We submitted a business case for the project, and that's when the Provincial Treasury required certain issues to be resolved. An aerial view, this is what it looked like prior to construction in 2012, and suffice it to say it was a chaotic situation. You can see the location of the PRASA station on the right-hand side of the screen. But, Chair, there was a scheme, a master plan that was developed by PRASA for the station precinct. And this is a complex project because there's areas that are owned by Transnet, PRASA's own station, and then there's areas that are owned by Citibank. The original agreement was that the province would look after one area related to the taxi rank, and PRASA would fund the area around their station. And Chair, that never happened. So when we stepped into this project, we had a look at it and we said we need to divide this up into two phases, because remember, Chair, it's an operating taxi rank. In fact, it's got busier and busier over the years. So we agreed with the Provincial Treasury we'd do it in two phases. We called phase one the temporary taxi rank, which I just want to say it's a phrase. It's probably the wrong word. And you'll see the pictures and you'll visit it next week. It's a very well constructed site. But phase two is what we're calling the permanent facility. Phase one business case, just to give a sense of the timeline, submitted in May 2022, approved by Treasury, and we moved out into procurement and appointed a contract in November 2022. We've made substantial progress, and we've made sure that we've engaged with stakeholders. I'm going to show you some pictures now. This is progress. You'll see all of this next week, Chair. It's a transformed area. It really is. The Premier's visited twice. We had the Deputy President there some weeks ago. These are photographs of what had been abandoned buildings have now been turned into functional ablution blocks, small offices. The area has been fenced off. Lighting has been installed. Just in terms of timelines, though, Chair, we have taken on additional work at the request of various stakeholders, including the taxi associations. So I'll show in more detail the progress, but work is ongoing. When you go there next week, you will see work on the main areas of the taxi ranks. It'll be substantially completed in June of next year. That's some 3 months later than was originally planned. But the reasons for that are because we are very careful to work with the taxi associations to make sure they always had a functional taxi rank. And sometimes that meant a delay in accessing certain parts of the site. So I want to move on to phase two. The picture on the right shows you what we're dealing with in terms of what needs to be managed there. The first thing that we did was to sit down with the taxi associations, and we distilled out there 4 critical things that have to be done. We need double lanes to allow passing. If I go back, you'll see those lanes are very, very, very close together, and the flow just didn't suit them. Then relocation of wash bays out of passenger loading areas. Very important, continuous roof for shade and rain shelter, and informal trader stalls to be positioned outside the loading zones. Otherwise, the people movement just becomes too complex. This is a rendition of what it will look like at the end. This is also a rendition taken from a higher angle. The new design takes the taxi industry issues into account. I think they signed off. We made sure that there were formal sign-offs by all the taxi associations, so they're on board. The key decision, Chair, was to use the maximum of the existing construction elements. If we had knocked down what there was, this cost estimate of 150 million rand would have easily have doubled. And that was absolutely a key Treasury issue. I won't go through it, but the project has significant economic and social impacts in terms of jobs that are created. And then because it'll function so much better, it has a very good economic impact return. I think some of the achievements, I won't go through this, but just in terms of bringing some order to chaos in terms of signing lease agreements, making sure that all the paperwork is done and sign off of the work is done. One of the interesting things is we'll be looking at a solar alternative to see if we can take this taxi rank off the grid. In terms of key timelines, submission of business plans this is for phase 2 to the Provincial Treasury was done. We are waiting approval from them by the 2nd of June. We will then move into tender mode, looking to close the tender and appoint a contractor by November of this year, sign the contract, and then very early in the new year to move on to the more permanent site. Okay, one other very important element here is that we're not just going to sign a construction contract. We sign construction and maintenance contracts. And at your site visit, you'll also see that maintenance is ongoing, because if it's easy enough to build, buildings always require ongoing maintenance, so there's an operation and maintenance period up until March of 2027, which should allow for stabilization of the operations. Thank you, Chair. What's the next one? Chair, I believe I still have the floor. Can we just go down?
Can the committee team please just help with what needs to be flighted next, please? DDG Mokobani, can I also check with you, we are 5 to 12. How much more time do you need to complete? I'm saying it's 5 to 12. How much more time do you need to complete? HOD, are you still here? Sorry, didn't realize you were still here. HOD?
Chair, I would suggest the last two colleagues will take 5 minutes each, and we are done.
That's fine, HOD. Thank you.
Yes. Chair, I have my speed marching orders. This is Gauteng Limpopo rail link. The Premier made an announcement in the State of the Province address that we would look at the rail linkage between Gauteng and Limpopo. And this was followed up by a meeting by the two premiers, and again the commitment was made to look at to operationalise a rail link. Okay, I'm going to cut very much to the chase in this thing. There is no functional passenger rail service between Gauteng and Limpopo. Shosholos Mail used to run. It doesn't run anymore. It runs once a month. The N1 is now taking passengers and freight on road. And that's okay for now because the N1 is in very good condition. It's under toll road. I think it's a concession by Sanral, but it can't carry this forever. So I think the translation of this is that we must now start planning along with National Department of Transport, Transnet and PRASA for the next stage. We cannot abandon this as a rail corridor. We as the GMA have been appointed as the provincial lead on this. We are engaging with all of the key stakeholders at a technical working group level. We are doing what we are calling a concept study, and I think this is the heart of the presentation, Chair. We're looking at 4 different options. Option 1, we do nothing. Just leave it and see what the road can bear. At least that will give us a base from which we can consider the other options. Option 2, invest in the current rail system that is existing there. And we call that the mainline passenger service. And that's a rail line that runs all the way from Park Station all the way up to Messina. Option 3, look at a new interprovincial rapid rail link corridor. And option 4, and this is the option which National Transport have put in NatMap, that's the National Transport Master Plan, is a high-speed rail link. Chair, the study has just started now. We reported to the MEC yesterday. We've got 3 months to finalize the study. What we come back with then is to say, what do these 4 options mean? How much do they cost? What are the impacts? And then we feed that, which again, very important for closing out this discussion. It's got to feed into the provincial planning, which the Transport Authority is doing, and it's got to feed into the national rail planning. So I think if we can leave it there, Chair, I think this is something which will be of great interest to the committee. It's early days yet, but we would like to come back with that concept study and present details on this. If I can leave it there.
Thank you, Chairperson. In terms of question 13, which is the last area that we need to report on from the question point of view, is regarding the revenue collection, where there's an expectation that in the current financial year that there might be an under-recovery of revenue for the department. Now, that stems from our assessment of the current state of issues that we're experiencing within the motor vehicle license testing centers, as our DLTCs, as well as our toll labs. That's largely to do with the interruptions that we're having from a power perspective in terms of the load shedding. That means that we need to invest in the infrastructure in terms of your generators, etc. And I think, Chairperson, you would appreciate the massive challenge we have considering the budget cuts that have been implemented against us to basically fill that gap. Then we look at the well-known aspect in terms of the public regarding the South African Post Office and going into liquidation. Obviously, from the analysis that we've done, the Post Office had surrendered quite a large chunk of money during the last financial year to us, and that does pose a risk for us because now with those centres not open, we're unable to then provide much more improved services to the public. And then you've got your municipalities which are under financial distress. There's also this major concern regarding the city of Tshwane, particularly around the going concern aspects that have been raised against the municipality. So all of that is giving us this negative aspect. The other area is regarding the when the municipalities, when it comes to their consumables, which is then your cartridges, etc., to run this particular operations, they've been having challenges in supporting this initiative because they are doing it on behalf of the department. So one of the initiatives that we took was to try and supplement or procure these particular aspects to the municipalities. However, with the funding pressures that we have right now, we're unable to fulfill that particular response that was promised. But what we are doing is we do have some meetings scheduled over the course of next week with the municipalities, particularly regarding the consumable areas, to try and find quick short-term measures whilst we're still engaging with Treasury around the long-term approach on how we deal with these challenges that are faced. Thank you, Chairperson. I think that's the end of it. The next one is the GMA's presentation. Yeah.
So, Chair, I'm not going to waste time and look for the presentation. So, on the matter of the post-2026 or the end of the contract, the Bombela contract will end on the 26th of March 2026, and we've already started the processes of, what do they call it, of preparing a new contract. We've done a feasibility, and that feasibility was submitted to National Treasury, and they have granted us Treasury Approval 1 as per the requirements of, what do they call it, of the Regulation 16 of the PPP. And with that being granted a go-ahead, that means we can now go to Treasury Approval 2, which then is the preparation of the documents, and then ultimately going out to tender. And we are in the process of finalizing the tender at the current moment. And the timelines are tight, Chair. We will try by all means, as far as possible, to report on a regular basis, but we are in the middle of a procurement now, so there will be very limited information coming out of that. So therefore, we will have to try and see how we can feed back to the Portfolio Committee as we continue on with it. We are intending to have the new contractor on site by March 2025, with us making sure that the handover takes about a year for us to get through that. Everything that we do now in the GMA is concentrated on the process of just closing out the current contract and then ensuring that we put out the new contract to the market as such. And I'll leave it there, Chair. The timelines are tight. Question number 15 was on the condition of the assets. The condition of the assets as such, Chair, I'm going to go straight to the conclusions on this one because a lot more of it is actually us telling you about, we are some of the best asset owners in order they call it in the country as such, and we have been rated a Class A project by SAIC. Our assets are well looked after. We use the best practices all over as a whole. It is captured in our Act, so it's an obligation that sits directly to manage the assets relating to the project and promote the preservation and maintenance. So it is a mandate that we cannot sidestep as a whole. We are aligned to all the policies, including the government immovable asset policy, GIAMA, and we are one of the very few national, public companies that actually comply to GIAMA as a whole. We have no assets that are impaired because we check our assets for impairment also. And we actually make sure that we also do a RAM study, which is a reliability, availability, maintainability, and safety study. We have done we do an asset audit every 3 years, and that asset audit yields results that then tell you where each one of the assets are. When you look at it here, there's only about 3 asset classes that were just marginally outside of range. And those were because they were just in the middle of the time just before they get updated as such. It's the same view, but this shows you condition and risk profile, and you can see the dotted line shows you where the risk profile lies, and none of our assets are near any of that line. So in conclusion, the assets are in good condition, and the few that are below par, according to our standards, are in the middle of their renewal. In 2019, we created a baseline, and that's what I was showing you earlier on. We're in the middle of the next asset audit, and the outcomes will be due next year. We've created an asset that is functional, that is worth 45 billion rands in terms of its replacement value. And the latest assessment also shows that there are no assets that are impaired, and we have been rated a Class 1 infrastructure asset as assessed independently by the South African Institute of Civil Engineers. I'll leave it there.
Chair, then the last question related to the topic of weekend ridership on the Gautrain. I'll move through this quickly. just to put this into context, I'm showing a graph here of daily rail ridership on the Gauteng in the year between April 2017 and March 2018. And you'll see it looks like if the heartbeat that you see on an ECG one. The peaks are the weekdays, and then the dips are the weekends. And I've deliberately put this up as being pre-COVID to demonstrate that the weekend patronage makes up about 10% of the total annual ridership. Ridership on a Saturday is around 28% a weekday average. On Sunday, it's around 20%. This then jumps to post-COVID, and you'll see the same types of dips around. There were some changes around that ratio. I think why is this? The first reason is that there's reduced traffic on the roads over weekends. People can get in their cars. Then families typically travel together. They're not commuters anymore, and overall cost of a car is cheaper than the Gauteng. And then locations being visited on weekends. We do run bus routes on weekends, and we continually review these, and we'll continue to do those. And we've increased the frequency of train services. Some of the things which we've done, Chair, we reported here the 50% off weekends we ran has not yielded the results that we would like. People are not price sensitive in terms of the tickets, and we will continue this up until June, but not after that. Other things that we're doing, we partner with third parties to entice people to use the Gauteng. We've done this with airlines, radio stations, property agencies, malls, etc. Our weekend events, it's quite interesting. We support weekend events, and we put a list here of the ones which we've done. The Air Force Museum Air Show was very recent. We've done the Carling Black Label Cup at FNB Stadium, Soweto Derby at FNB Stadium, something called the Replenishment Concert. I think that's a music concert, aerospace, and then a rugby match at Ellis Park. And you'll see the ones, that little asterisks next to it, are the ones which have met our criteria for actually exceeding 7% of overall attendance. So we're learning. We must be focused on what we do on weekends. Going forward, we'll do the Nedbank Cup final. There's something called the Capital Craft Beer Festival we'll support, and the Replenishment Concert, and we'll continue, most likely do international sports matches at stadiums that are close to Gauteng stations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, members, and HOD. The next presentation is about the R28. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, here it is. So on the R28, sorry. We're just showing you the location of the road. The challenge there is the erosion of the sides of the road, which caused the caving of the middle road, and that is due to the water from the sewer and from the stormwater that is not well managed. We have identified the problem. The contractor is on site he has channeled the water properly. We also have done the testing of the material. The lab is to give us the results, and then we can start working on reparation. But the traffic accommodation is in place to ensure safety of the road users, so we should not have accidents or unwanted fatalities there. That's more about it. We are currently managing, and I must also mention that this is under the RIFSA contractor, RIFSA 1 and 2 contractors, so we don't have any challenge in sorting out the road itself. So we are on site, Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson, and members. we should finish this by July this financial year. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Chair, we have dealt with all the questions and the items. I just want to emphasize, Chair, on the issue of GMA. We have, as of yesterday, presented at EXCO, and we gained approval for the permission to proceed with phase 2 for Gauteng. You'll understand that the current Gauteng is coming to an end in March 2026, and therefore we need to start a PPP process for that, so that by year 2025 midway, we have concluded that process and allow the 1 year phasing in and phasing out process of the old, which is current concession, and introduce the new concession, including the advertisement of the board. So EXO gave us the approval for that as of yesterday. But particularly the emphasis is on the areas that we are currently challenges as Gauteng, on the area of increasing the ridership, ensuring transformation in terms of ensuring that our hostels and townships are also participants in the Gauteng program, and ensuring that there's SMME development. Those were the principles under which we have got to ensure that the new procurement system is underpinning the phase 2 process. The asset overall for the phase, the current phase that concluding in March, we are projecting it estimated 45 billion rand assets of asset that the province is gaining from the 20-year concession that is ending in March 2026. On the issue of PTOC, Chair, we have taken a different approach as Gauteng. Other provinces have decided to extend the current contract following the national direction. We felt that that was compromising the province in the light that that contract has been classified as irregular by the Auditor General. And therefore, we opted for a clean new process, and we started a process to negotiate with existing 12 bus companies to ensure that new provisions are introduced into the new contract, rather than continue with the old contract that does not take care of issues of transformation, additional routes, ensuring that small bus operators are also benefiting, ensuring that we extend services to other areas that are not currently covered, and ensuring that we have improved governance framework in the new contract. So based on that, we are projecting to conclude the negotiation process by mid-May, which will allow then the new contract to kick in. Immediately the MEC and the HOD has signed the new contract. And there will be an officiation process for that, and the communities of Gauteng will then be informed, because what we want to bring into the new contract is the whole issue of stakeholder and communication aspect, so that commuters are part of the process to engage and give feedback, including customer satisfaction surveys that we want to put, that passengers are giving back to us, and the whole issue of ICT improvement. I thought I needed to include and add that, Chair. On the issue of infrastructure delivery, what we have decided on all projects, the 18 strategic projects that are not currently doing well, we are putting acceleration program to ensure that we move forward to the completion date. Where we are doing well, we are putting additional resources based on the funding from Treasury that we'll get, so that we can speed up some of the project under infrastructure, such as operating full 24 hours at night and so forth, and on weekends, so that we move the completion dates forward. That is an acceleration program, but however, it will depend on the funding that we'll get from Treasury for the acceleration program. Thanks very much, Chairperson. and honourable members.
No, thanks very much, HOD, and to your team. We haven't done too badly. It's 12:15. I don't think you skimmed so fast that we didn't get the real thrust of your focus in terms of the budget. I think some of the questions a lot of detail were given to us. But maybe I can just say, as I hand over and open up for members, there's probably 3 areas where I think as a portfolio committee, we probably need to have dedicated session to discuss in more in-depth discussions with the department, should I say. And that relates to the expiring of the Bombela concession, the whole issue of assets, how you're going to transition, how it's going to be advertised, etc. I think we will need as a committee a far more in-depth discussion and engagement session with yourselves, obviously, and the MEC. Equally on the PTOG, Public Transport Operating Grant, I think I've got it right. I think there as well, we need a session, an in-depth session, because we've gone through this process where we're supposed to advertise and it was stopped and so on, and now there's a new direction. And I don't think we'll have that opportunity today to go into the kind of questions that we need to ask and the understanding that we need as to why this direction and what are the legal implications as well, etc. And then I think the third area probably that we would need to have engagement on, more in-depth discussions, is this infrastructure acceleration program, I think you called it, HOD. Because I think we need to understand what's going to be different. What change is it going to make? And you've referred briefly to something that we've not been aware of, but we are acutely aware and concerned as a committee at the fact that so many infrastructure projects are moving slowly, or some have actually come to a complete standstill in the last few weeks. I can mention to you now the K46, I'm told it stopped. The P31, I think it is, that's the extension of Beyers Naudé Drive. Looks to me like it stopped. I've driven past there a few times. You don't see any work taking place. And there's others as well. And so I think members may raise some of these things, but I think what you've referred to as an infrastructure acceleration program, we need to understand how this is going to work and is it going to work? Because we've been repeatedly told about so many different projects, interventions, etc., only to find that a few months later the projects have stopped again. So I just thought I would raise that I think particularly on those 3 areas, we need to have a far more in-depth discussion around that with yourselves. But let me stop there and let me open up to members. Members, we're at 12:20. Mindful of the fact that at some stage we need to break for lunch. And then we must also, we've got to open up for our guests here to be able to engage as well. So what I want to suggest, if somebody else has raised the point you're raising, please don't raise it again, so that we can allow sufficient time. But I think I will allow the committee to engage, but 1 o'clock is our deadline to stop the discussions with the committee section. It's 12:20 now. So all I'm asking is that if you've got notes on something you want to ask, don't ask it if somebody else has asked it. That's all I'm asking. I have a list of notes here, but obviously I can only come in at the end. And I'm hoping and praying that all of you would have covered what I was going to ask, and I don't have to ask them. So let's handle it that way. I'm going to allow each member to ask their questions, HOD and the team. So please make notes, and then we'll get responses at the end, and then I'm opening straight up to our guests that are here, so that we can handle this as quickly as possible, without in any way detracting from what we want to ask. So members, can I check members who want to ask? Okay, what I'm going to do, let me do this. Let me start that side. Member Nell, your hand is up. Member Ledwaba? Good. So it's Member Nell, Member Mfikwe. This side. Member Delanga, Member Duplessis, Member Khadebe. You're fine. Nothing to ask. Okay. So Member Nell, Member Mfikwe, Member Delanga, Member Duplessis, and then I'll come in if there's anything left over. Is that all right? Member Nell, please shoot. I'll not shoot, I mean, please proceed.
I'll shoot with an airsoft gun, Chair.
Sorry?
I'll do an airsoft gun. Chair, no, thank you very much, and thank you very much to the Department for the informative presentations. Just 3 questions. It was mentioned that the DLTCs are experiencing cost drivers in terms of doing business. If you can just indicate to us what exactly are those cost drivers in terms of doing business in DLTCs. The one thing that I missed is there's a number of tenders that have been awarded but are delayed because of legal cases. How many of these tenders are delayed because of legal cases? I'm specifically talking about roads projects. And how long do we expect those cases to still last? And then in terms of Gautrain, I think Gautrain's issue is that over weekends they compete with a road that is free-flowing as compared to a congested main road in terms of the main highway during the week. And you need people to give people a reason to utilize it. Now, I'm glad to see that you are doing the events. What I'd like to know is whether you also provide the distribution and feeder service during events. Because I know, if you want to go to the rugby at Loftus or the soccer at Loftus, if you get to Hatfield Station, there's conflict between Uber and meter taxis there. And that's not the kind of thing that commuters like. So do Gautrain bus services actually run over weekends? Because it doesn't help you take somebody to a station and they can't go to whatever the reason is for their travel. Thank you.
Thanks, Member Nell. Member Fikwe.
Thanks, Chair. Let's also appreciate HOD and the team, the presentations that have been made. I have quite a lot of notes that I've made. My first concern, it has been addressed, Chair, was in relation to the high vacancy rate. And I'm happy, HOD, that we seem to be working at resolving the challenges in relation to that. Another concern that I have, Chair, relates to K54 and K46. We can't be having projects that are being stopped, and because we are saying it's community, especially for 46, that is community disruptions. I don't pick up what is it that we're doing in relation to resolving whatever challenges and engagement of stakeholders in the particular wards in resolving these issues. And then the project gets delayed, and it's like we can't really move from there. The third point, HOD, I was a councillor for 21 years in Joburg, and I know for a fact that Borg and Orange Farm are in Joburg, not in Sidibeng. We're trying, Chair, to get IEC to move Borg to Sidibeng, but now, in the last week, there's objections, so the Borgi people don't want to go to Sidibeng. I don't know why, but it's closer to. But for proper recording of our documents, they are both in the city of Johannesburg. Let's just correct that, including Allendale. Allendale is not in Tembisa. It ends somewhere between Tembisa and Midrand, but the large part of Allendale is in Midrand. So if we could correct that as well. Chair, on the traffic lights, vandalism. It's a problem even across municipalities as well. I know the city of Joburg was attempting to use technology to replace the cable that is being stolen out of the traffic signs. So what I would want to know is, are we as a department thinking along the lines of using technology to manage the vandalism going forward? And also, maybe 2 last points, Chair. We have an MOU or SLA with municipalities. But HOD, we seem to be having challenges in sorting out our own programs and our own projects. Do you have capacity? If the city of Joburg comes, GRA comes to you and say, we have this amount of roads, kilometers that we want to, as per our SLA, the province to assist in, are we going to be able to, because my worry is we're signing MOAs, SLAs with municipalities, creating impressions, Chair, that we will be able to support municipalities, because we don't want to be sitting in a community type meeting, then the cities or the municipalities comes and say the province committed to 1, 2, 3, 4. We can't move because of 1, 2, 3, 4. We have our own challenges. I don't understand why do we want to enter into agreements with municipalities that I believe have capacity. I mean, why the city of Joburg has GRA, it's apportioning their budget every year. They have technical skills, good technical skills. Why would we want to enter into some MOA with them that could present a challenge for us? The other point that I want to raise, Chair, relates to having 30% beneficiaries capacitated. Can it be real, tangible, in a manner that we don't want to bring in the disabled and women to be subcontractors of main contractors that are going to pay them off and not allow them an opportunity to actually participate in whatever rehabilitation or genuine work that they need to participate in, for them to get skilling, for them to be properly skilled, for them to be able to compete with those evergreen or big companies tomorrow. Because experience that I have, Chair, being in the municipality and the executive, is that some big companies, HOD, they do what I'm saying. Some of the processes in Joburg in particular, they would say, before we give a contract, you must have a female-owned company. Find them, pay them off. There's a woman that I dealt with her case when the company paid her about 25 million, and it paid her off. So by the time she realized that these people have actually robbed her out of an opportunity to learn the work, they have given her the money, so we couldn't do anything about that. So this 30%, let's look at it and make sure that it does include proper incubation of these SMMEs or these companies that we want to be given 30%. 2 last points, Chair. The Gauteng Limpopo issue detailed study says it's going to cost us 70 million, but it's unfunded. Why do we want to even do it if it's unfunded? And I know it's the Premier's commitment. We want to do it. We don't have the money, but we are going to do it. Where are we going to get the money? Because, we're creating expectations with the communities that we will be able to resolve such issues. Sharing Member Nell's concerns about the Gauteng weekend ridership, I think we need to do more to attract riders into the Gauteng over weekends. I see the programs that we're anticipating, but I think we can think out of the box and attract more, including opening it up to tours, to rides for students. And they are in Ivory Park. There's a station in Ivory Park. Why don't we say, as part of advertising or attracting riders, we go to Ivory Park schools and open the station to them, for excursions to the airport. Or at a point when I was in primary, we used to have trips to the airport. It was a proper trip, so can't Gauteng management look at those types of things in attracting young people to them, understanding even why we have Gauteng, what prompted us to having the service. and encouraging the use of the service. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Member Mfikwe. Member De Lange.
Chair, thank you very much. I've got a couple of questions and remarks, but I'll be as quick as possible. If we can go first to the potholes that are not being attended to. I'm concerned about the fact that the department does not seem to take the potholes serious enough, as we see more and more that community members and other organizations are left to their own devices to fix the potholes, especially where it's life-threatening. In stating with this, I would like to refer to the R500, the Cartonville Road. That one has not been taken seriously either, and after numerous correspondence sent through to the department, there's absolutely no reaction, apart from a lame excuse that I received in February. Fact of the matter is the community wants answers, especially since the department has cut out huge parts of the certain part of the road, and it's been left just like that. And if I say huge parts, it's also extremely deep, because it was cut right down to the start when you built the road. So that is life-threatening, and the department is liable. I do want to state this categorically. The department is liable for any accidents and damage to people's vehicles. Same with the N14. It's a provincial road, and it's also a main artery. That road is full of serious potholes. We do not get any feedback, and it's not being fixed either. It's dangerous, and I do not suggest community members take it upon them to try and fix those potholes. It's too busy. We've got a large amount of trucks that use that road, and it's a serious concern. Then I also want to talk about the resurface of roads that is not marked afterwards. We've got a couple of provincial roads. It's almost 4 years now that they've been resurfaced, but it was never painted again. Now, some of the places it becomes a double road, some it becomes a single road again for both directions. If it's not painted again, especially when we have a lot of rain, you cannot see where you're supposed to go. We need that addressed as well, especially in front of the Krugersdorp Game Reserve. That's a particular concern. And then also another one that I'm actually quite disappointed to see that we do not have the Pinehaven crossing, is still not as part of the planning process to get that in order, Chair. The Pinehaven crossing has been a road named the Road of the Death. That crossing is a serious issue. I know we have an issue with that is at the legal department, but surely we cannot condone people's lives being threatened because we sit with a legal issue. That is partly our own fault. We need to address that one seriously and very quick. And then in terms of the R28, the erosion on the sides of the road, we were there last year with the previous MEC Mamabolo. Has anyone spoken to the municipality to fix the leakage? And it's not just a leakage, it's a huge problem with the sewer. The pipe and the connections are not suitable, and that causes a lot of the issues there. Now, has anyone spoken to the municipality, and do they intend to go and fix it? Because, I seriously don't want to hear that they don't have money. If a municipality doesn't have money, it's because they mismanage, nothing else. So we as a department need to put pressure on the municipality to go and fix that. Otherwise, whatever we do on that road to fix it is not going to be significant. It's not going to hold. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Member De Lange. Member Du Plessis.
Chair, thank you very much. I'm going to go through as we got the presentations again to the department. Thank you for those presentations. First question, why did the provincial allocation drop? You said that we are going to be underfunded for this year. And then another question that I want to ask is that we also discussed the unfunded mandates that came about to certain issues that the Premier raised. If we can also have a discussion on that, just to be certain of what those implications are going to be. Then there was an indication that by corporate that there is an 852 million expenditure on personnel. Can we have that as a percentage of the total expenditure? Then yes, I just want to come in where Member De Lange just mentioned that the roads that are going to be resealed and blacktopped. I find it that whenever, and both of us are very passionate about the West Rand because we come from here and we see the deterioration of the roads. So it's very easy when we contact the department, they come back and they say, no, it's on the list. It's on the list. Can we please ask for timelines? Because you've now told me it's going to be fixed somewhere in the 2023-2024 budget, but when? Because we also need to give answers to our communities that keep on calling us and keep on asking us because those roads are disastrous. If you drive from Carletonville to Mogales, it's disastrous. And it's used by a lot of trucks. So can we please get a timeline indication on that? And just to Gautrain on the Limpopo rail link, I know it's early days, but is the focus going to be on passenger or freight when it comes to that? And then, yes, just also the indication on the expenditure of the budget. But then you look at the state of some of our roads and we don't know where that money is being spent. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, members. Let me come in quickly then for a few points I would wish to raise. I think firstly, HOD, the Portfolio Committee had a committee meeting in Magaliesburg. It was last year, early last year. And in that committee meeting we had in Magaliesburg, the committee raised very strongly as to what is the role of these regional offices of the provincial department. So here in the West Rand, there's an office of road transport and logistics in Krugersdorp. But we raised it there to say, firstly, nobody seems to monitor the provincial roads. Now, some of the things that members are raising, if your regional officers at least had a team that could just take a drive, get in their car and drive on that road, identify where the potholes are, identify where the remote road markings are no longer seen, surely that would be a way of being proactive rather than being reactive. And I don't understand why this doesn't happen. It should be a role. Why? Because it seems to be that the department just relies on the public to report things to a pothole app. And by the way, on those apps, I'm told very little response or feedback. So is there no ways that the department can put in place these regional offices that you have? There's one in Ikuruleni, I think there's one in Tshwane, they're in different parts of the province. Why can't they be given a car if there's no car and ride on these roads and assess where there's a need for maintenance or repairs, etc.? I think that would go a long way to changing the situation. The same for robots, HOD. You know, it's true there was a new contract awarded to maintain robots when there was this impasse with the city of Joburg. And then the department decided to take over the maintenance of its robots. But it's not working. It's not working, HOD. And about a week ago, I managed to find out exactly that one of the reasons why it's not working is that the budget ran out last year. In October, November. That's what I was told. Now, it indicates why there are so many provincial robots not working. I don't know how a situation was allowed or just left at that. Because I actually phoned somebody and I said, why I report these robots regularly, the same robots, why are you not fixing them? Then I was told there's no budget. And you're going to sit with exactly the same problem at the end of this financial year. And I think HOD, when we meet next week on the fourth quarter report, when the department responds, we need to get an assurance that there will be sufficient budget for the maintenance of robots through until the end of the financial year. We can't continue with a situation where you drive on provincial roads, they're either in flashing red or don't work at all. And one of the reasons I was told, by the way, that some of these robots are not being fixed is because they don't have parts. I understand there's mechanisms that need to be used. And I also understand, and I will concede, there is serious vandalism going on. Just this week, on Monday, after months of not working, the robot at the intersection of President Fushia and Malibongwe Road was fixed. The next day it was on flashing red again. Now, I don't have the proof, but I'm convinced there's tampering going on. Because there are individuals that are directing traffic there and demanding money. Now, I asked myself, when I saw it was on flashing red, I alerted DDG Mokobani, and the first question I asked, is it possible that there's tampering going on? Because it works in the favor of some individuals that the robot doesn't work. And I think we need to be looking at that. So I've covered, but at the same time, your team of contractors that have been appointed to fix robots on provincial roads, why are they not driving on these roads? Why are they not checking? Surely if they were out there checking every day, they would pick up 10 robots are not working and they get them fixed. But they don't check. I'm telling you now, they don't check. Your presentation said they go out and monitor. They don't. That one I will stand by, they don't. Because there are so many robots that are not working. Nobody's checking these things. So I think it's a suggestion we want to make. Can we have teams going out, assess what's not working, and get people on site quickly? But I think you also need to look at how are we going to deal with this thing of the tampering with robots. And without putting myself at risk of being attacked by various bodies, I can tell you there are people that use these buckies. You know who I'm talking about. They stand all over. There's lots of allegations. How are we going to check and make sure that people who tamper with robots are caught? It's just something I'm putting on the table. I have been put onto a number of WhatsApp groups relating to the collapse of the Hendrik Potgieter Road Bridge. Now, in January, I think it was in January, the MEC addressed residents around the plans to fix that bridge. And one of the commitments and one of the indications the MEC gave, and in fact it was not the MEC, it was your team, HOD, that gave a presentation to those residents, that there would be designated routes for heavy vehicles. We were told, they were shown, I remember clearly, which were the routes. HOD, that hasn't happened. I took another drive there yesterday. I regularly take a drive on some of those detour roads. All over, pavements have collapsed. Curbstones have become loose. Parts of that road is so narrow that even as a car, you can't turn the corner. You have to brake and let the other car pass. But on these groups that I'm on, there are repeated photographs every day. Huge trucks. Some of these are almost Pantechnicons with that extra long trailer and a small trailer behind, trying to travel along a road that is so small. Other vehicles have to stop. I think it needs to be looked at, HOD. They gave an assurance that night that heavy trucks would be given designated routes. It has not happened. And in addition, there's a number of robots on Hendrik Potgieter Road. While I've been sitting here, people have been feeding information through to me again. I've been reading that are not working and haven't worked for some time. I'm making an appeal. Can we look at robots? And those robots that are not working, let's not rely on the email address for members of the public to report. Let's have teams monitoring, and let's get these robots working as quickly as possible. While I'm on that, HOD, I see your department has produced a poster, electronic poster, and they're advertising that the department at the moment is about to undertake an oversight visit to the Hendrik Potgieter Road Bridge with councillors in the area. It would have been quite nice if we could have been informed as a portfolio committee, because maybe we would have said we'll do the R28 and the Hendrik Potgieter Road. I've just seen it now. I don't know why we're not consulted and invited, because you knew this was coming up here, but the department and a particular councillor are doing an oversight visit today to the Hendrik Potgieter Bridge. And I'm seeing it being advertised all over on social media now on these groups that I'm part of. I'm just saying it would have been helpful if we could have been informed, so we could have gone with. I think many of the other issues I have been covered on. Just on the DLTCs and the challenges that have been experienced, has thought been given to perhaps look at using the existing e-toll facilities around the province that could be used for members of the public to go in and renew their motor vehicle licenses? With the challenges facing the post office, it's going to mean that the queues you're going to have at your licensing centres are going to be extremely long. And that's one of the reasons why when they got the post office involved, was to reduce the queues and to make it easier to renew your motor vehicle license. But if that's going to come to an end, can we not look at the e-toll facilities around the province and see what is the possibility, if not all, but at least using some of them, to enable motorists to go and renew their licenses there? I can't see it being a big operation to do, because in the post office you just go in, you give your form, they punch it in, they print out your license and they give it to you. Is that something that could possibly be looked at, HOD? Just a suggestion. But I think, yeah, on the rest of these, I think I'm covered. But safe to say that I do think that we need to find a way, the department needs to find a way of intervening early in projects that come to a standstill. The K46, as I say, I was informed this week, it's come to a total standstill. The P31, the extension of Beyers-Naudé from Zandspruit to the N14, has come to a standstill. And by the way, HOD, I've been looking at posts, and I don't always go by what people post on a WhatsApp group. But whoever from the department is doing that oversight visit, the talk that's going around is that work has actually stopped on that bridge. Apparently it stopped. And workers there apparently are saying they're waiting for things to arrive. And I think that needs to be checked. But there's an oversight visit your department is doing today. And I think next week as well we would want feedback on what's actually happening on that bridge. It's a huge thing. When you go on the detour roads, they're congested. I don't see any traffic officials. In that January meeting, there were going to be interactions with the City of Johannesburg to have traffic officials in the area at regular intervals, signage, clear signage. I think we really need to look at that, just to make the commuting experience of motorists far more easier and efficient, and let's get those trucks rerouted onto the designated routes they were supposed to be routed. HOD, let's hand over to you and your team. And then once you've finished, we'll open up for questions from our guests here. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. In no order, I would request that DDG Infrastructure will start, followed by the GMA CEO, then Corporate Services, then CFO, and I would end.
Okay, thank you, honorable members, Chairperson and HOD and my colleagues. On the interchange, the K72, the Pine Haven, That matter has been resolved. We are busy finalizing our designs, and we should see the contractor beginning with the works in the next financial year. So we are attending to that. It's busy in the design and planning phase. And then on the issue of the interdicted project, we do have P122, K60, K56, and K148. We have managed to get the courts to resolve this, the issue of the P122, and we will see the contractor being awarded in the next, we were requested to go back to the evaluation. We should see that contractor being awarded in the next, within these 2 months. So it's May, June. In July, we should see an award of a contractor. And the other matter, we are trying to speed it up internally with our legal to have the court resolving those, the remaining 4. In fact, the K56 as well, the court has requested us to resolve it within 2 months, but then there is another matter that was brought by the community there on in terms of them not being, they're saying they were not involved in the consultation. So that is also being addressed, it will be addressed. And then on the issue of the traffic lights, the technology, we try to put the cameras there, but unfortunately that also was vandalized. So we're looking at other options like stop sign as a temporary measure, but that is not really a solution because it will increase the accidents there. And the capacity to sort out our problems before we are helping the municipalities. The reason we looking at helping the municipalities is mainly in the sense that we have a program called Azaadville, the Smart Mobility. But now the challenge is we are focusing on patching our roads, cutting our own grass. But we now are receiving, I'll say, backlash from the communities where we are working because they are saying, why are you sorting out your own roads? When are you coming into the townships and municipalities? Then we said we cannot attend to those roads because we don't have jurisdiction. So the only options was that let's have an arrangement with the municipality for them to assist us. Like, for instance, the city of Tshwane, at some point we were working together with them probably when we have programs, they are able to come in with their own teams to extend our activities there. But we will focus more on our roads to first attend to them. And I think we are doing much better there because initially we were working on only weekends, but we're working right through the week now. And the other matter was that of the people with disability, women, youth, where the contractors are buying out the subcontractors. And that is correct. But what we are then saying is that before any change of subcontracting, that is buying out or getting rid of the subcontractors that were appointed with the contractor, is that there will be an approval from the department, meaning we are monitoring that process, and every progress meeting which is happening weekly and monthly, and the project steering committee meetings, we are requesting the contractor to present on the update. So we are monitoring that in our own progress meeting to say how far are we with the subcontracting, and there should be no buying out without or removing the subcontractors without the approval of the department itself. Then on the R500 road in the West Rand, I must say that is one of the critical projects that we have, and the road is under the RIFSA 1 and 2. So we were just finalizing the appointment of the allocation of the consultants, and that has been done. So the contractor now is busy putting in the milling machine just to attend. So I was informed, but we're going to confirm that the milling machines are on site for us to start attending to the R500 road. as a provincial road. So the N14 as well, there's more potholes. I must say that the contractor that was appointed there was not helping us as such. So it's part of the RIFSA 1 and 2. So what we are doing now is to say we will be bringing in another contract. We did the same with Hendrik Potgieter, where we appointed the same contractor, but they were not functioning properly, and we had to bring another contractor. So the same will happen, where we'll have to take all these major roads that are really affected or are in bad state and bring another contractor within the same RIFSA. So we have appointed 5 contractors in 5 regions. So any contractor that is not performing within the region, we are able to reallocate work to that contractor. So Hendrik Potgieter is a classic example of where we had to act quickly to put the other contractor that will work. And then the road markings as well, the chairperson, we will attend to that one through the RIFSAs and our own Krugersdorp. I know that there was a question to say, what is the regional office doing, or what is their role? The regional office in Krugersdorp is responsible for the grass cut, all the maintenance work, the routine supervision. So they are working in the sense that when we have disasters or emergencies, like for instance we had in Hendrik Potgieter, they were able to respond to have traffic accommodation there. So they, even R28, they are the first ones to respond in terms of the traffic accommodation. Then there is another question about the Hendrik Potgieter not visibly progressing. I must say that the work, I was there myself, the work is happening there. Unfortunately, it's in the river just below the bridge there. We have progress there, Honorable Chairperson and members. If, like now, the visit that is happening, they will be able to confirm. I've got pictures, recent pictures, where the contractor has started even with the concreting of the bases. They have done the dump rock, the drainage, and they are now busy with that. The procurement of reinforcement is concluded. The procurement of the culverts is concluded. So the material is in place. It's a matter of delivering them to site. The challenge that we had there was with the dump rock from the neighboring mine, but that has been resolved. So we're having that happening. I mean, work happening there. On the issue of, I'll say, the West Rand itself, it's a matter that we are paying attention to, in the sense that we, as I said, we are getting the RIFSA to, the other contractor from Tswane to assist with the current contractor, GMK, which is battling to do the major works in the West Rand. And then on the K46, yes, we had a challenge where there was a stoppage, but that has been resolved. The contractor is back on site. I confirmed it now. The contractor is back on site. It was an issue of, I will say, some criminal elements where they were demanding payments and stopping the works on site. But that has been resolved. The contractor is on site, and we are going to have a weekly meeting with the contractors to ensure that we finish on time, or at least the issues are resolved quickly than them taking longer to be resolved. And on the issue of the budget of the robots for fixing, that has been resolved. It was, the challenge is that there's an allocation annually, but because of this issue of theft and vandalism, that was not planned into the project. So we are now in discussions with the Treasury to say, please, let's allow another contingency. But we do have budget allocated for this financial year. So the depletion that we are talking about was just that it didn't go, we spent more within, during the year on the fixing, repetitive fixing. Like you have mentioned, Chairperson, where we fixed a robot somewhere in Bears Nodia, and then the following day it is vandalized or it is not working. It's more on us increasing or having that contingency on the road, on the theft and vandalism. The K31, it's an ongoing issue where there is the the contractor is not performing that well as he started. So we are having meetings with him to say, if he's having any challenges, let's try and resolve it. But there's another element of stakeholder engagements that is really disrupting us. But our director stakeholder engagement is on site to resolve this matter. So we should see the project proceeding quickly. Thanks, HOD.
Chairperson, I will talk very briefly about the Gauteng-Limpopo link questions. Chair, I think I need to reinforce again that this is just a planning exercise. There's a relatively small amount of money that will be spent on doing this concept study. So there's no funding commitments. What we have to do is bring back, I think, long-term rail planning in a coherent manner. This is not a commitment to a particular rail corridor. I think also just in terms of the question of whether it would be passengers or freight, my preliminary view is it must be both. It cannot be economic to simply focus on passengers or freight separately, but that would be subject to the study. Chair, with your permission, I'm going to ask our COO to talk about the bus and improved ridership on weekends. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO. Through you, Chair, I think the question that you did ask on the PTOG, this is not new. The provisions that we're using for negotiating are the similar provisions that have been used by the cities to negotiate BRTs. What we are doing specifically with what they call it, with the use of Clause 41 of the National Land Transport Act, is for us to use 41(1)(b) to enforce transformation and enforce bringing on junior operators and people people who have been previously disadvantaged to actually ensure that transformation occurs in this sector. Now, that is the big part. And what we've done is we've sought legal opinion on the matter, and it was proven clearly that this is the best provision that we can actually use. And it can only be used once. So the exact line says contracting authorities may enter into a negotiated contract with operators in their areas only once, with a view to deal with all the things that they want to achieve. Secondary, then we ask for an opinion on competition. And it was confirmed that there is no issues with using this particular clause as long as you are negotiating with an operator that is in their existing area and you're not bringing in operators from other areas, and you have specific requirements that then enable you to bring on transformation. So on that part, that is very, very clear. There was another second question that was asked about the issue of the 30% and how do we ensure that people don't get bought out on the bus operating contracts. The contract is written in such a way that the heaviest clause, in order they call it, in the contract, actually lies in and around the issue of subcontracting and changing subcontractors without you informing the department and without us making sure that you are not violating our requirements to actually achieve transformation. And it will be measured on a monthly basis, and there will be an independent socio-economic monitor that will then be brought onto the project. So this is a different way of doing things. In actual fact, we're actually introducing the modernized way of managing contracts, which is similar to how we manage the Gautrain at the current moment. So that will then give you a sense that we are moving towards being able to develop a very sustainable manner in which service delivery can occur, but yet at the same transformation can also occur at the same time. And it is a completely different contract, and that is why we as Gauteng, as the HOD has raised it, that we chose not to continue and perpetuate the situation as it was, and therefore go in this direction. And we were seeking a manner in which the law allows us to do so. The NLTA does allow us to use 41(1)(b) to do what we're doing. And just to make it easy for the members, the clause in the contract says at least 30%. The contractors are allowed to go to 50%. The contract also says that they cannot subcontract more than 50% of their contract, but it says at least 30%. So sometimes people don't read the at least. They say 30%. It's not 30%. It's at least 30%. I'll leave it there, Chair. I think on the issue of what do they call it, of us running buses on the weekend, it is a consideration. In actual fact, as we do the Nedbank Cup Challenge, we will run our buses as part of the process. I think Member Nel did raise it that, moving from the station, people may take the train to Loftus or to Hatfield, but moving from there to the station tends to be a big problem. The preliminary planning that we've done, Member Nel says we will run a continuous loop during the Nedbank Challenge. And that will be our first trial to do exactly that, to see how we can do. In addition to that, we're collaborating with the City of Tshwane to run their BRT up and down near park and ride sites, so that they can then feed that continuous loop that we will run. We are finding ways in which around our ticketing we can collaborate, but we are looking at it, and it is honestly an important part of weekend services. Weekend services and buses are a big part of what we need to bring on. In addition to that, we're also looking at, as we are moving our, we're moving quite heavily into the midi-bus taxi industry and rolling that out. That will be the vehicle that we use mostly over the weekends. And how do we utilize the vehicles that are underutilized in certain stations to be able to spread them around the province, because it's a much smaller vehicle. Its operations will be cheap enough for us to can achieve what we want to do. It is noted, and then I think there was an issue that was raised about bringing on scholars onto the service in itself. We love the idea, and in actual fact, originally, as we opened the Gauteng, we had access to the depot over weekends to be able to do it as more a career excursion type thing. And we are looking at reopening that part of the service, and partly as growing ridership, but also as getting kids interested, as we're looking to be able to broaden the scope when it comes to the new contract of the post-2026, and how do we engage townships and schools that are outside of of our area. Thank you.
Honorable Chair and members, on the issue of the projects that are under interdict, there are 7. 2 of those cases we have successfully opposed, and that will be K46 and RIFSA 1 and 2. The other 5, we have applied for review of the successful interdict by the applicants, and these are now ventilated in courts, and these include K60, P122/1, K56, K174, and K148. In terms of the percentage of the COE to the total budget, our current percentage stands at 9.9% of the total budget of 8.478 billion. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. Before I start, I just want to add to my colleague's list, just to update his list. The P122, we have received a court judgment, and we are doing a public adjudication tomorrow regarding that particular tender. Chairperson, in terms of the DLTCs on the cost drivers, I think holistically, I think the main area is regarding the alternate support or alternate power source, which is your generators and your solar powers. And that obviously, because these buildings have been built many years ago, are not conducive to the current challenges that we are facing with load shedding, particularly the fact that we are in stage 6 and you got your 4-hour slots. Now, attached to that is then the funding pressure that the department has. So whilst we want to respond and put in generators or solar power, we are hampered by that adequate funding aspect. But over and above that, Chair, is just the general maintenance aspects on the buildings, because we are required to maintain the buildings to ensure OHS compliance, and it does impact us when the funding aspect is attached to that on a shortfall. And then obviously with that is the safety parts. Around the budget cuts, I think the question was raised as to why the budget cuts are in place. I think it's general fiscal challenges that the country is facing. From an economic crisis point of view, and as the province, obviously balancing priorities, but at the same time we need to present our case that this department cannot be neglected on the basis that it is a key economic driver for recovery of economic conditions. But the areas of underfunding or the areas of underfunded commitments, Chair points to the areas that the HOD has spoken about, particularly the security features on the number plates. It's a key area that we are progressing fast and well on, but there is that shortfall on the funding side. Then is the Transport Management Center, which is to give you the snapshot of all public transport, all transport modes in the province and how it's occurring. That is also an area that is significantly underfunded. We've spoken about the e-tolls, considering that there is still the discussion regarding the e-tolls and how it's going to plan out from the funding side. And then there's the key area that also, Chairperson, you had touched on when you spoke about the Sandral facilities, is linking that to the fact of our expansion of services. In certain areas, the Sandral e-toll booths are not located, and we're then trying to expand that, and I think it's aligned to the townships that have been identified where we want to expand our services. Now, without securing the lease agreements where we need to lease premises or securing the opportunity or the buildings, we are looking at different sources, including government buildings within that area, municipalities, etc. But it does impact, because we are unable, if we do get a lease agreement or a space, it is the funding aspect that will be impacting us now in progressing and proceeding with that particular area. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. And colleagues have provided a number of responses. I just want to add a few. Chair, from your request for a dedicated session on the 3 areas, we'll certainly prepare the detailed report around the concession with the GMA, the PTOC, and the acceleration program. And also the presentation will talk to the issues that you are alluding to as well, will the committee issues. I just want to indicate, Chair, I begin to sense that there is a trend to abuse what is provided by government, by a certain, not by the communities. I must protect communities. Certain individuals in communities that are taking advantage of the 30% options, because they are putting demand to the contractors and the state, one, not to comply with the procurement provisions as provided by National Treasury. Secondly, to do things that are illegal, even if they are not, for example, registered with CIDB. Because for us to participate in the construction sector, in any project, you must be registered with CIDB, grade 2, whatever grade that you have. Secondly, you must be registered with nothing else. And I've got no other explanation except to say it's purely criminal act. I have personally spent hours at K46 with all those 64 contractors. They were pushing the main contract to a point that you had a multiple number of contractors in the same trade demanding a rate beyond what the contractor tendered for. And you have to say to them, you cannot allow the contractor to give you a rate that is beyond what he tendered for. Secondly, we had to give them the actual tender document and the bill of quantities so that they can see what is being tendered and priced and be open about them. And at that point, they realized that they can't, because then if you are doing that, the main contractor will suffer and leave site, and consequently, the project will suffer and the project will stop. So we are dealing with that issue. We went there, I personally went there, I intervened, we reached agreement. A month later, a new team emerges out of the project steering committee agreements that we reached, wanting to participate now. So we have that kind of criminal work and certain people that are influential. And I must say, Chair, with all due respect, certain government leaders in the form of councillors are interfering in this respect. And that's one meeting that I've asked the political office of the MEC to intervene on, because it's not right. So we are not dealing with poor performance in particular. You understand what is an entrepreneur, nothing else. And the intervention by the state is limited. The issue raised on the MOU, Honourable Member, the MOU is not designed to take over the work of municipalities. The MOU is to find collaboration. You have got roads infrastructure that we can go as far as a particular kilometer, and the other part belongs to a city or municipalities. So rather than an ordinary citizen feeling the separation and the sphere of government, we are saying let's work together. Where we are fixing a road, let's fix the road entirely. Where there's a connection, let's work together with the municipality. Secondly, we are saying we are receiving a number of complaints from citizens through our communication system. And we want to find mechanism where municipalities have got budget, because of a limited budget. We can refer such complaints to them, and they can do that, where we can even, through the IGR meeting led by the MEC, we can lobby for more funds with the national minister. And that discussion has already happened with all MMCs of infrastructure within the province. We are building one case for the province for roads infrastructure, particularly potholes in the province, that we want to intervene. And we don't want to speak for the province, we want to speak for the entire infrastructure in the province, whether it's roads owned by the province or roads owned by a municipality. So we want one voice. And that's a business case. The meeting is being arranged with the national department. So that's basically where we want to intervene. Because the Premier has made a pronouncement that he wants to see clean roads in the province, irrespective of who owns that road. And that's where we need to find collaboration. But we are not at all assuming the responsibilities and the budget of local government. That is very clear. But where local government does not have capacity and they're asking for us, we do so. But where local government have got certain provincial and national intervention, such as Mfuleni municipalities, where we are building 40 roads, we are intervening because the government, through Section 139 intervention, is intervening. So the province has got a mandate to support and intervene in that municipality. The issue of incubation, it's a very important program and a suggestion from the Honourable Member. Chair, we have asked our Kyoto section to develop what we call a contractor development program. Part of that will have the principle of incubation, principle of training and development, principle of access to finance for SMMEs within the sector, principle of women in construction, principle, so the vulnerable groups and targeted groups. So that's a program that we are basically trying to design. And we are not designing for the first time because other provinces do have, like KwaZulu-Natal. So we'll borrow it from there and customize it and have that program as part of our Kyoto program. Then the issue around
intervention raised by Honorable Duplessis on the, Delange, on the speaking for two municipalities. Yes, Honorable Member, we have our IGR just this month. We have our HOD with all HODs in different municipalities meeting, and this meeting will find its expression into the agenda so that we can indicate what we'll do. We'll compile a report of all complaints through our portals, app, and emails that we have done. The heads of IGR who's sitting here will ensure that HOD is assisted to have the item in the agenda. The issue of monitoring, Chair, that you are raising sharply, I think, let me admit and be the first one among the equals to us admit that we haven't taken it thus far. Because for me, the monitoring system should be based on the human aspect. Human aspect is what we are suggesting. Can we put a team that can be on the ground so that we reduce dependency from the public complaining about our roads? Can we use our regional offices? And I'm happy that the regional manager for this area is here. I've asked her to come here so that she can listen to the complaints that are coming from the portfolio committee and the public, so that some of these responses she can respond to directly. Because unless we decentralize accountability, we are not going to enforce it. But the other aspect of monitoring, Chair, it's around the ICT base, second to the human factor. I'm saying it's human. We'll look at that. For example, I'm thinking, how can we use our military veterans program to assist us on the ground as well, just to report and so forth, because we've got people on the ground. It's about how we are utilizing them. But secondly, the ICT system, the app that is being developed, how to ensure that the issues of feedback is concluded. The DDG Corporate Services has been given a mandate to review the current app so that when we are complaining, it gives you the feedback. And the update I have is that between August and September, our app will be fully adjusted and reviewed so that when you complain and you lodge anything with the app, it can give you feedback. At this point, it does not give you the feedback. So it does not even tell you whether the road belongs to municipality and at which municipality, and direct you to the relevant authority and official. So we want a system that does not only lodge a complaint, but also becomes a referral system so that you are able to get that kind of full service. So we'll do that, Chair. The issue that you are raising around vandalism and other members, I think, Chair, it's a matter that collectively with all MMCs of infrastructure in the province, led by the MEC, this matter will have to be discussed so that we've got a joint effort, so that we don't have to see robots that belong to the province and the robot that belongs to municipality, so that we have one plan. So we'll take that matter as well. Whatever form of technology or intervention or measure we've got to introduce, we'll want to see one form of intervention in the province. Whether we've got money or not, we'll have to work together as municipalities and provincial department to finding a solution. So we'll take that second item into the agenda of the IGR meeting, which is happening in July with the MEC and all MMCs. I thought, Chair, I've raised it. But the issue of Hendrik Potgieter, I'm concerned that it seems like it's an animal that is not dying somehow. So we need to deal with this issue. We'll come back, because I thought the issue of diversion, the issue of dedicated line, and the issue for trucks was resolved. So that is not resolved. I would follow up. DDG is here, and I hope he's noting it. We'll have to deal with it and come back to the stakeholder meeting. Let me apologize on behalf of the MEC on the communication that went out today without inviting the oversight to that meeting. I think it's an oversight from our own communication team. Definitely will improve on that, and we'll work on changing that so that all the stakeholders that are relevant for this project are also invited. We were informed somehow about this morning, and then I think communication will be advised accordingly. But let me apologize.
Okay. I'm not going to open up again for members because I think we're going to use probably next week. But I think HOD will have to discuss outside of this platform how do we handle next week. Because that meeting is later in the day, so we'll have to discuss with yourself and the MEC. Thank you for staying as long as you have, because I think it's good that you were able to hear most of all the issues that were being raised. Just as you're about to leave HOD, when we were in Durban and Cape Town, G-Fleet, one of the things we said was that we think it would be better that when you present on the budget or quarterly reports, you must give G-Fleet an opportunity to report. Hasn't happened here today. We want to look at that for next week. We want to get more in depth, or we want to look at. We've run out of time now, but I think we need to look at having G-Fleet report. Yeah, so we can add that. Let's discuss the mechanics of next week outside of here. But as you leave HOD, I just want to say one thing. HOD, as you're about to go, I want to just say one thing. This is the last financial year of the administration. It's the last financial year of this legislature. HOD, we are asking over these next 12 months, can we see a vastly improved performance on all fronts? We are asking for that. There are many issues that we've raised every year at the start of the financial year, but we're not seeing progress in many respects. I understand, and we understand, there are issues that are sometimes outside of your control, like, for instance, disruptions of roads that are under construction. We understand that. But there are other areas which are within your control, like, for instance, what you're talking about, having teams go out and monitor the roads, the robots, etc. Sometimes external factors on the projects are a problem. So we are saying, even on the expenditure, the vacancy rates, everything, in this last 12 months, can we really see a vastly improved performance of the department? That's what we are asking as a portfolio committee. HOD, there are projects that we've been monitoring closely as a portfolio committee. The K46, in this financial year, we want to see parts of that road reopened. We can't reach the end of this financial year and still have a K46 that's closed. I was there in January. I went there. And I was told that a section of that road would be reopened by March. Hasn't happened. The K69, I know there's work taking place. I know that. The K54, let's hope and pray that before the end of this financial year, those relocations could have taken place and we can see work happening. The Vereniging taxi rank, well, I think we'll go there next week. We were hoping that work would have started on the actual rank by now. Yes, we are happy to see pictures, and we'll see it next week, of the temporary rank, because that's a call the portfolio committee made last year. We asked for that. We went there at night, specifically at night. We went there at about 8 o'clock at night, specifically to go and see what was happening. And we asked for the floodlights to be fixed. We asked for the toilets to be renovated. We asked for renovations on the drainage, etc. Now, from the photographs, if that's what's happened, then we will welcome it, because it's what we asked for. And so we'll see that next week. So we're seeing some movement there. The Sebokeng DLTC. It's been on the radar screen of the Portfolio Committee since 2019. That DLTC is still incomplete. Is it possible to put that back on the radar screen so we can see something happening there? Those are the key focus areas that have been of this Portfolio Committee, together with everything else. But those have been the specific focus areas. And I think we're really asking, let's try and see movement. We understand there's external factors. And I think as a Portfolio Committee, we will find a way of making a call on all parties to cease disrupting government projects. Because when you disrupt a project, for whatever reason, it has an impact on everybody else. It has an impact on motorists. It has an impact on pedestrians. And then people will complain and say, yeah, but government didn't finish. But the very same people are disrupting and stopping those projects from taking place. We'll find a way of making that call as this committee. So thank you very much, HOD. Travel safely to where you're going. We'll meet next week. Thanks to the team. I'm going to open up now to community members, the public that are here, to raise questions. I know it's time issues. I'll talk to Hazel just now. They may take out row by row. There's lunch outside, but we need to continue and open up with taking hands, allowing yourselves to raise issues. Yeah, I'll come to your hand, don't worry. So, DDG Mokobani and your team, please be prepared to make notes now of issues that are raised so that you can respond. I'm going to take one round, and then I'll let you respond, and then we'll close this part of the meeting. So I want to first, wait, put your hand down. I'm going to firstly ask, what I want to do, I want to start with ward councillors, okay? I want to give councillors that want to ask questions an opportunity. Hold on. Sir, at the back there, with your cap. I will come to yourselves. Thank you. So I want to firstly start with councillors that are here. Who's helping us with the roving mics? All right, so I want to give councillors an opportunity to raise their points that they want to raise. And then after that, I'm going to then identify hands on both sides and take those. And why I'm starting with councillors, I know that many of them have got some burning issues relating to their wards that relate to the province. And that's why I want to start there, and then I'm going to identify hands on both sides. So, councillors, you can come in, don't talk for a long time, be sharp, to the point, introduce yourself, raise the points that relate to the department, and then we'll go to the next councillor, and then the department will respond once you've taken all the hands. Okay.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, and just to say thank you to the Portfolio Committee for actually coming here. I think this has been an eye-opener for us, but since you said I must not take long, let me just raise a few things. My name is Councillor Ntlapo. I'm from Ward 34 in Red Valley Extension 2 and 3. Firstly, I think I wouldn't be doing justice if I do not raise the issue of vacancy rates and even the employment in terms of West Rand. Portfolio committee members, I feel like this department is actually suppressing this region in terms of the economy. Because one, when we talk of issues of subsidizing buses, subsidizing Gauteng, we know nothing of that. So it means we are actually at a disadvantage. Yet we are a disadvantaged community, but we are being disadvantaged even more. So probably, firstly, it's just to ask the issue of, one, when are we getting buses, maybe this side? Or what is the plan to assist us to get buses? That's one. Two, the issue, how are we being assisted so that we can also have Gauteng? When they talk of this weekend usage, what is it that we are benefiting out of it? How are we going to be able to benefit out of that in terms of the Gauteng? But in terms of the vacancies, to be honest, we do not even know where are your offices, this side. So in terms of when you spoke about all this employment of young people, 1,600, can we please be included? And not just include somebody that you know. Can you please assist us as councillors to be able to get people that will be part of that employment? That will be something that will really assist us. But also the issue of the MOU that you signed with the municipality, when are you starting? Because honestly, our roads are very terrible. They are very terrible. Let me just get back to, we've got R41, just here. As you came in, most of you maybe drove on R41. R41, there's potholes. We've had numerous accidents because just under the bridge, because of R41, of the potholes that are there. 2, there's a dumping site. Same here on R41, towards the bridge. You've got a lot of dumping sites. There's about 3 different spots where it's a dumping site, but it's a provincial road. Then the issue of street lights. This R41 is dark. Very dark. That is why we've got a lot of accidents in this road. The issue of the cat eyes. In most roads, there are things that will show you, even if you are able to move, you are moving out of your lane. Your cat eyes. Can we please be assisted with that? If you cannot assist, then we've got a proposal as councillors. There's someone who wants to assist with that. Can we also be assisted in terms of that? The issue of cable depths in terms of your robots. I think we've just recently launched the crime prevention wardens. Just deal with scrapyards, then that will be gone. It's just an issue of dealing with scrapyards, then all of that will be gone. The issue of taxi rank. It's very disappointing if we'll fund 20 million to taxi associations, but we are not talking about taxi ranks. We are expecting these taxis to go and stand where? And these people that it's servicing, when it's raining, what must happen? When they need to go to toilets, what must happen? So I feel like as a department, we need to look into that. You look into an infrastructure before you look into what will make them, what will assist them in terms of traveling to work. So let's look into the issues of taxi rank. That will really assist a lot, because if they are taxi rank, then you'll be able to have taxis that will be able to assist people in a proper space. Maybe let me just touch on one more thing before I sit down. The issue of contractors. When the DDG mentioned here, he spoke about getting a contractor somewhere in Tshwane to come and assist, because the one contractor who's here in Western is not able to finish and report, if I'm not mistaken. Where do they register? Our own contractors, where do they register, and how, so that they can be able to assist in terms of the major works that are supposed to be done here in Western? Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Peter Modise. I'm the councillor in Ward 11. I don't want to waste time. The provincial roads, Mr. Greg Schneemann, we lack the maintenance and the repairs of the potholes. Please, you just said is the finishing of the financial year. For this term of this legislature. Please, can you please fast track these issues? The second one is at the TPA offices, the one that next to Azaadville. I believe there were voice notes that were said, people from Joburg, mainly Soweto, they were coming here in our space to come and get these opportunities, whilst the people of the West Rand, the people of Mogale City were sidelined. Please look into these matters. Also, the EPWPs, look for that. I've never seen Public Works doing a lot of EPWPs, and that's where the lot of work needs to come from. There's this program of Vala Zonke from the national. Please make sure that we as the constituencies, we get more info about this thing so that we can utilize such a programs to advance our roads. Thank you very much. I don't want to waste any more time. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable guest, protocol observed. My name is Councillor Kabelo Mutlope from Ward 5. Firstly, I have three things. One, there is a project that was running. They call it Barletta. The one that was cleaning national roads and provincial roads. It was affecting Ward 3, Ward 35, and other wards that have provincial roads. So the project has stopped. They never consulted us councillors. We don't know anything about that project. Two, this is just an advice. Please, when you guys discuss the white paper, can you educate the community more in these bills, because they just come here and eat and leave without knowing what they are doing. Truly speaking, we must teach them, Chairperson, the white paper, the importance of the white paper, of the bill. Because they just come here, after eating breakfast and lunch, they fill up their attendance register, then they leave without valid input. Thirdly, MEC, I'm leading the community that has a newly development place. It is about 10 years. Those people are staying there. It's about 700 or 800 RDPs. When they speak of human settlement, they speak of one, people must get proper roads and water, storm drainage. They must get street lights. They must get everything proper. It's a human settlement. It's no longer housing department. Now there is housing, but there are no stormwater drainage. There are no roads there. When you ask to the municipality will say the project lies within HDA. When you ask HDA, they say the project lies with roads and transport, because when it's rain, I don't sleep as a council. Every time, water is invading the houses of the people because of no proper roads and stormwater drainage. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair of the Portfolio Committee. Let me follow the queue. I've noted few, but I think Councillor Ntlantla has covered me on most of the questions that I have and the concerns. But one would like to start to the issue that was raised by the HOD in terms of the 30%. We are sitting here, we are saying the community are stopping the project. But the department themselves, they are not doing justice to the community. Because the departments, when the project comes to the townships, they need to come and educate abantu ngantoni ngale 30%. Remember, the community doesn't make these policies, but government departments do those policies, and those policies need to be workshopped to the people so that the business community people, they understand what 30%. And it will be incorrect to say that we agree to the narrative that says councillors are behind the issue of mobilizing community to stop projects. It is a very dangerous narrative that the HOD raised there. He might be having an insight of such councillors who are doing that, but it is also affecting us as councillors, because it cannot be correct that as councillors then it is said that some of the councillors are behind that. It's a pity that the HOD is not here. But I want to say it is not correct, because the departments must take responsibility of ensuring that there is a continuous education in terms of 30%. Chair, I just want to come to the issue of this question. Is the department maybe, because I've not yet raising it, I've yet in Citybang, in Ekurhuleni, the issue of railways. From industry up there next to crisis, that the rail doesn't travel anymore to Krugersdorp. Is there a plan from the department to rehabilitate that? that that rail line, so that it can be working, so that the community are able to use the train moving forward. I think the issue of the buses, Councillor Ntlatle has covered it. We want to see that happening, Chair. We have been disadvantaged for a very long time. And then, Chair, I've heard that in the presentation there was this 20 million that is being allocated for taxi industry. But what is disappointing with that 20 million? That 20 million is only for hubs, and I'm not sure what is the other thing, but also it doesn't talk. We have been since the dawn of democracy talking about regulating the taxi industry. Even today, we are still not even closer, or we are not even step in the door to regulate that industry. And that 20 million, it doesn't talk about subsidizing this taxi industry. Because we want to see this taxi industry being subsidized like the buses that are being subsidized. It cannot be, it is totally wrong to sit here in the 28 years of democracy. The taxi industry, they are still disadvantaged in terms of receiving this subsidy from government. Because now it means the taxi fares must go up because they are not being subsidized. It's high time that the department should take this matter very seriously. So, Chair, by the end of this, like we are saying, is their last end financial year, they should push to make sure that this taxi industry is regulated, so that they are able to receive this subsidy. Coming to the issue of robots, I think it's high time. We are living in the world of technology today. We cannot complain about that when ESCOM there's no electricity, and then the robots are not working. Why can't the department move into solar in making sure that those robots work with solar, so that they don't switch off when the electricity is off? Because those are provincial roads. There is traffic there. When you check this R41 that Councillor Ntlatle speak about, the robots are only maintained from Dobsonville intersection. But Roadport intersection, the robots are dead from that side to this side. In other words, West Rand is disadvantaged. It cannot be correct. It cannot. It is incorrect. It is incorrect to the department. Chair, I was going to fire that company that fixed robots in office if I was an HOD. Because that company is not doing any justice to us. It's not. Like we were saying, Chair, they need to patrol these roads. That is their job. That's why they are employed for, they are contracted for, to make sure that the robots are working 24/7. But now it is pointless to appoint a contractor that is going to receive only a check at the end of the month, but is not doing his work. Lastly, Chair, I just want to touch on the issue of vacancies, because it is a concern, especially for West Rand. I want the department to know, they must note this as a concern point, that when there are these vacancies, how do you make sure that all the regions are getting equal employment in those departments? Because if we can go there and check just the data of people who are employed, you will find that it's only one from West Rand. It cannot be correct. Ekuruleni, wherever, and other regions, you will find there are a lot of them there. So we are saying we want to benefit because we are not an island, but we are here, we are part of Gauteng. So we must be considered as West Rand. It cannot be as business as usual. It cannot, Chair. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm not just going to waste a lot of time. Maybe it is important to take from what the council have said. My name is Councillor Peter Mokoto from Ward 36. The EPW2P program, Chair, probably it will be important that department need to outline for us as this particular region to say how many of our own in the West Rand have been in that particular program. Maybe it will help us a lot because it seems as if we are an island on our own. Chair, I want to check with yourselves also in terms of your own servitude, especially in Mogale City. If you look at R41 towards my ward, there's a big open space there. That particular area is not maintained. And community have approached me to say that, is there any possibility that they can themselves maintain the area, but at the same time, open up small businesses in that particular area? It is unfortunate that I couldn't give them an answer because the road is for the province. And it is dangerous that people can have business on the busy road, the R41, while there is traffic. So I wanted to get an idea from the department to say, what is that they can do to help my own community? What I suggested to them is that probably it is important that instead of utilizing the R41 as the entrance towards that particular place, probably we look at the inside where everybody can come in and go out from inside, not in the main road. So maybe I would like to get from the department what is that we can do in order that particular place to be utilized and be maintained by the community. Same applies to if you look at the old Ramfontein Road, starting from this side of Azaadville right down. If you can look at it, there's a lot of potholes, and this is an old provincial road, which is not maintained at all. And I want to tell you, if we can maintain this road right from here, right up to Ramfontein, it will definitely alleviate traffic from the R41 to this side. So I'm going to request the department to look at probably the maintenance of this particular road, the old Ramfontein Road. The other issue, if you drive around here, you'll find young boys working on the street, try to assist communities to pass the roads, especially the provincial roads. Maybe it is important that I would say that let's look at how can we assist these young boys, probably buy material for them, make provision, budget provision for themselves. When they do such particular route, we assist them to give them material at the same time, and how can we compensate them? Probably the department need to look at that because this will also increase the employment, the unemployment in our country. The last thing that I want to talk about is the issue of R28 and 12 crossing right at the four-way stop. The committee is going to go there to go and do their own oversight. But I want to say, if you look at that particular area during the evening, it's really a nightmare. There are no robots, there's no lights, there's nothing, there's only four-way stop. And nothing is happening. We have been requesting that that particular area need to be taken care of in terms of only lights, because where there are lights, there are less accidents. Thank you very much, Chair.
Good afternoon. My name is Councillor Francina Chotledi from Western District Municipality. I'm covered with other issues. Mine is just I would like to appreciate the report from the portfolio and the work which has been done by the portfolio. And mine is just I'm appealing to the portfolio that the departments, all the departments must be involved. We must strengthen the IGR chairperson so that when we have got the IDP road shows, please come down to participate as well, so that you hear the community issues that are raised there. Because when you were reporting there, I noted that there is one of our roads which has been part of the project, which is Main Reef. And here at this road, which is, he was calling it Old Ramfontein Road, the community at the IDP road shows, we've got the issues that they've raised. They're requesting for the strapped speed hump, because there is a lot of accident which happens here. We lost a lot of lives through this road. So if you are involved in our IDP road shows, because we've been appealing as councillors that when we've got that processes of road shows, like they started now, they are busy with the road shows at the municipalities. The departments come down and also take notes of issues, because also there is issues that are raised which are provincial competencies, which are not the municipal competencies. And you'll find that community doesn't understand it. But if you are there, also taking notes of all those issues and coming down, and also noting up for the turnaround time, on when are you going to do that after the people, the community raised, because they always fight with us for such issues of which are provincial competency. I won't take long, because some of the issues have been raised. My appeal is just, please strengthen our relationship, participate in our IDP road shows, so that you take note of the issues.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Councillor Dora Mudigo from Ward 32, Hegbuurt. I did hear you saying that the regional manager is here, but I didn't see her. Oh, there she is. Chairperson, I'm a bit confused about your presentation. In your presentation, you said that Tswelopele informal settlement is in Brits. Brits is in Northwest. So how can Tswelopele be in Northwest, whereas we are in Gauteng? Tswelopele is at D677. That starts at P16/1 to D99. But in your presentation, it was stated that Tswelopele informal settlement is at P123/1, which is R560, which is wrong. D400 is on Maruping Road to Krugersdorp, which is part of Hegbuurt. But in your presentation, you said that you are going to fix D400 in Magaliesberg, but it's in Hegbuurt. Yeah, I'm correcting, thank you. Also on R24, your presentation, it states that you are going to fix Magaliesberg. So I want to know which part of R24 exactly is it that you are going to fix? Because we have R24 from Ward 26 to the border, which is Hegbuurt, Ward 32. So are you going only to fix the portion of Magaliesberg? And Ndade, I did hear you saying something about GMK. To us as rural councillors, GMK failed us, dismally so. How can our community members sign contracts from December that they are going to work, but till today, nothing has happened? But yet you are saying that there's a contractor from Tshwane that is going to assist GMK. Why? Why can't that contract be terminated? They failed, Mus. So why must they be supported? All the 6 wards, rural wards, it's so stressful for us as councillors. We need to give answers of which we don't have. Last week, Friday, we had a meeting with Sbusiso from GAK. He told us that they are supposed to start to work on Monday. Then we must resubmit the list. How can we resubmit whereas we have submitted and our community members have signed contracts? Is it fair on us and also on the community members? It's not. Okay. And Comrade Greg, when we were in Magaliesberg, oh, Honorable Greg, when we were in Magaliesberg, there was a question raised by Ntate Bobitlap that how can we say that our cars must be roadworthy whereas the road is not worthy. How can it be? In Ward 32, we have accidents almost every weekend because of the potholes, because of the long grass. And I did ask you, portfolio members, that can you at least try to assist our wards? The state of our roads is too bad. Those things are no longer potholes, it's holes. And which is bad. When it's raining, it's worse. So please, I'm urging with you, please assist us. And I also did ask you to at least try to assist us with street calming measures on P123. On the curve next to Hegboord Post Office, Hegboord Clinic, Mpandlani Informal Settlement, and Dieport Primary Schools. Because we are experiencing lots of accidents. Thank you.
Have we covered all councillors? No, are you a councillor?
Thank you very
Last councillor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Greg and your team for this opportunity. My name is Councillor Goodrich Kutlwano Bekelebeke Moraki. I think the councillors have covered me on most of the issues. Mine is very short. We've got people that they take our kids to school each and every day, of which are the drivers, but they are not considered. Sometimes I hear that taxi drivers and whosoever are being subsidized, but them are not being subsidized. Can the department please consider them? And another thing, there's a confusion of national roads and municipality roads. I think the department need to make clarity, because we as councillors, when our community asked us, why isn't this road being fixed? There will be an answer to say, no, that one falls under province, or no, that one falls under the municipality. And one thing that is giving us problem, I like to emphasize, is the budget of road maintenance of the municipality is not enough to fix our roads. So I think when coming to the budget allocated to the municipality, we should look at that. Thank you very much.
Community now.
All right, just hold on before you just take the mic. I just want to say something quickly, because we'll get responses. DDG, Mokobani, because I think the HOD's left. I think you were at Magaliesburg with us. I'm not sure if you were there. I can't remember. You were there. Your regional manager was there that day in Magaliesburg. She was not there. All right. But some of the issues being raised here were raised that day in our committee meeting in Magaliesburg. And they are being raised again. And that day, one of the things we did, we zoomed in that day in Magaliesburg, in our meeting in Magaliesburg, we zoomed into the role of the regional office. And we raised this thing there. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, I raised it myself, about why is the regional office not themselves picking up and going out to check roads and repair them? It was raised there. And nothing's happened. If you listen here to councillors raising different wards, Ward 32 in particular, there are roads there that are not being repaired. It was raised there as well. And it's been raised on many times since, where I forwarded information about some of these roads. And other roads, provincial roads, in the West Rand. So the question I ask again, what is this regional office actually doing? What are they actually doing? Because I don't think they're checking this area. I don't think they are. You've heard from members as well who've raised issues of roads in the West Rand. I don't think that regional office is doing its work. I really don't. If I'm mistaken, then, and I can be told how I'm mistaken, I'll humbly apologize. But from where I sit, and from what we heard in Magaliesburg, you'll remember in the Magaliesburg meeting, we received a presentation on the role of the regional office. But nothing seems to have changed. And I think we want to make an appeal. We want to make an appeal as a portfolio committee. Can the department please convene a meeting with all the ward councillors here? Can you convene a meeting? And can you tell us when you are convening that meeting? We don't need to be there. But we are asking you to convene a meeting with the ward councillors that are here. We are asking, please, that can some of these issues, particularly around things that can be done quickly, and that is repairing roads in their wards that are provincial roads. We are asking, can that please be attended to? Can that please be attended to? And can we please be given a report of how it's going to be attended to? It can't be correct. In Ward 32, I know for a fact that roads that were damaged in the rains last year have still not been repaired. Can't be correct. It can't be correct. It can't be correct that we are saying that roads will only be fixed when members of the public report them. No. Surely these officers can go out and have a look. Surely they can interact with ward councillors. I'm told that councillors get no feedback. That's what I'm told. They don't get feedback from the regional office. I'm told they don't get cooperation. There's no cooperation. Again, if that information is wrong, I'll accept it if we can be told why it's wrong. But we are asking, DDG, can you please convey it to the HOD as well? We want to see a drastic improvement of this regional office in Krugersdorp. There must be a drastic improvement in terms of its performance. Otherwise, change the management. I'm sorry to say that here, but I'm saying change the management. We can't continue in a situation. West Rand roads are bad. West Rand roads are bad. You go out to Merafong. There are roads in Merafong you can hardly drive to get there. So, DDG, we are asking, can we see an intervention made on these roads? It's not because councillors are complaining. It's about the safety of motorists. And motorists, by the way, pay their vehicle licenses. Surely they're entitled to drive on roads where at least the potholes are fixed. Surely that's not too much to ask. I'm pleading, and we want to know when does that meeting take place. We want to know what is the program to fix those roads. And that's what we are pleading for. We can't instruct you, but we are saying, please, can you intervene? Please. Can I check members of the public that would want to raise hands? All right. Lady in the black in front, gentleman in the red over there, number 2, green number 3, this lady in the brown jersey number 4. There was somebody behind you? No. So I go this side. The gentleman here, 5. In the red, 6. Gentleman in the black jersey, 7. And at the back there, gentleman in the black cap, 8. Gentleman in the white top, 9. And white top at the back there, 10. I'm closing. There were 2 hands that came up late, but I'd passed already. So I'll take you, number 11. All right, that's it. I've got 11 hands. Let's start with the first person. And can we keep it short? Focus on your point. If somebody else has raised your point, then leave that point out. But let me start. Yes, ma'am.
Good day, Honourable Greg. Regarding the guys, the youngsters that standing on the side of the road, I would actually not encourage those kind of things because I was in a smash and grab. And these type of things are actually very much risky to encourage them to be on the side of the road and actually direct the people. Another thing, at the road accident fund, we need to actually have that thing also sorted out as far as people, victims of accidents who are on roads and they were in accidents, so that those things can be sorted out. I know of a couple that were in an accident as well, but they haven't been paid out as yet since last year. And the lift club people, as far as they're concerned, they get their money every month. Some of them even get paid a full month's salary for a child that doesn't even go a full month to school. So I wouldn't actually encourage that as well. Thank you very much.
Number 2.
Chairperson, thank you very much. My initials are PAC. It's Pilane Aubrey Castro. The surname is Ramaruzzi. I'm a former councillor, so I've spoke for a long time when I was a councillor. I'll be short. I'm the Provincial Deputy Secretary General of Gauteng Education Transport Services, which was formally launched by MEC Mama Bolo and the Department of Road and Transport. Chair, my concern is on the budget of the department. There's no issue, like the Councillor Begele have said, there's no issue that touches on learner transport. Learner transport has been isolated. We had several engagements. When the HOD was still Mr. HOD Bartley, we had a meeting with HOD Bartley and Mr. Rabotata. In that meeting, there were several promises that were made. That learner transport is going to be taken care of. We need to submit certain information to the department. We did that. But as of today, we are not even sure where have the program been stopped. That we have submitted to the HOD and Mr. Rabatata, and it was still DDG Mutubazi. He was part of our meeting when we submitted. So the second question is, who are the stakeholders of the Department of Transport, especially around public transport? There is e-hailing, there is meter taxi, there is Santago GNTA, there is learner transport. Chair, we are disappointed actually also by the legislature. We were briefed by the previous HOD that the chair of chairs in the legislature had a meeting with a cabal that broke away from the learner transport and formed their own group. And they went to sit with the chair of chairs regarding themselves as a formal structure that is representing learner transport. And they were given a hearing. The department was not aware. The portfolio committee was not aware. But they went straight and jumped all these processes and arrived at the office of the chair of chairs, which I'll also pose it to the portfolio committee that please check with the chair of chairs that if protocol is not observed, there's going to be a problem. Because the department is there, the portfolio is there. So they went straight to the chair of chairs and had a meeting with the chair of chairs. The other issue, Chair, the taxi industry is funded, but learner transport is not funded. What is the difference between the taxi industry and the learner transport? Because we are all mode of transport, we are operating in a public transport. We went to the Department of Education. We had a joint meeting with the MEC of Education when it was still MEC Lisufi and MEC Mama Bolo. We had a meeting with them, trying to find where does learner transport fall. Because we were told that we are part of education because we are transporting learners. Then MEC Lisufi said, you are not part of me, you are part of the Department of Transport because it's the one that launched you. They are only responsible for the subsidized buses that are transporting learners as the Department of Transport, of Education. So I'm pleading to the Portfolio Committee and the department that let us have engagements that are open. Currently, there are many accidents that are happening on the road which affect learner transport. Kids are dying on those accidents. There was a project which was launched by the Department of Roads and Transport, which was registering learner transport vehicles with CSIR. It has been done throughout Gauteng. And we promised that after that project has been launched, learner transports are going to be monitored by the department. But up to this stage, we don't even know where that project ended. So we don't know whether it was because of we were complaining that there are too many vehicles that are transporting learners. Even buggies, you'll be surprised. You can go to any school now, you can find a buggy full of kids at the back. Some of them are in the boots of the cars. So, Chair, we are requesting to the portfolio committee and the department that let's open engagements. Let's make sure that our children become safer when they leave home to school and from school to home. We need to make sure that, because we have declared learner transport drivers as ambassadors of road safety for learners. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Number 3. Just keep the points short and crisp. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Chair. My name is Kilebogile Kanyete from Ward 3. We have been requesting for a bridge. All the IDPs that have been here, I stay in 2 and 3, I work here in Azaadville, and we have to cross that road day and night. And there's a field that side where the councillor tried to cut the trees. There are people who always, we get robbed that side and sometimes get raped. So please look at it. I also have another thing to say. I work as an EPWP. There are posts that are always coming out, and they will state that they only need from 35 years. And since we have been working as EPWP, I don't understand, because as a worker, as a EPWP, you gain experience as well. So I am now above 35 years. Now we're getting confused. Where do we work now? What about us? Are we not part of South Africa? It's only, our government is like they're only looking at 35 years and down. What about those who are above 35? Can we at least be given an opportunity also? Thank you.
Sorry, can I just check that road name that you say with the bridge? Which road name? Which road is that?
R41. We come from that side to Azaadville. We work here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Honorable Greg, I'm Matifo Sukude from Reed Valley Extension 2, Ward 3, under Councillor Shapir. Mine is in R41, next to the pink wall there. When it's raining, the floods cross the road from Azaadville and get into Reed Valley houses down there. So I just want to suggest that Department of Roads, can they put a V-train or something that can take the water through storm waters elsewhere, because people are suffering that side. And I was part of EPWP, Roads and Transport, in 2017. I was a victim of the contractor under Roads and Transport, Barleta. And the contract ended 2021, I think. When we went to labor and claimed for our UIF, we got there and we were registered under other company that was called Ramadwa. So we couldn't claim for our UIFs because of those people. They took our information and registered us in other company. When we started to sign for our contracts as EPWP under roads, we were in Krugersdorp. It was rosy, but when we were facing challenges regarding our UIF, there was no one to help us. We had to go to skipper my file and staff and inspection. We were working in Cosmos City all of a sudden. So next time when you give somebody such a big project, please make sure that you follow the profile or whatever that needs to be done through labor, because of we are suffering at the end of the day. Thank you.
Sorry, ma'am, if there's any information you want to hand over on this. Mr. Mbiso, just put your hand up. There. That's the gentleman there, Stambisa. If you can go to him, if you can get his details, you can forward information, and the committee section will gladly forward it to the department. Okay, so we don't just leave it sitting here. Thanks. Number 4.
Thank you, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. My name is Madi Major Matli. I'm from Ward 3 in Red Valley. First of all, I would like to...
Just speak into the mic so we can hear, and
okay.
If others can just...
First of all, I would like to actually question the committee and the HOD that, what needs to be done to be represented in the province? Because since we are here, I ask myself why I'm here. Because all I was actually in the presentation was about Ikuruleni and Tswane, and then I'm not sure. The question is, are we represented as resident in the province? Because we've been rejected for years. Since maybe 2016, we have programs that actually they're trying their best to develop our region. But since then we are not. We are left out actually. Okay, let me just go to my concerns. In what and R41, M41 or R41, we driving in a provincial route that way we have animals, and there's no grass cutting there, tree filling. So I'm not sure if the province can actually make sure that the road is maintained, because sometimes you just see an animal in front of you in a minute. I'm not sure how going to drive away from that animal. Please just to make sure that the grass cutting is in progress, and the road the tree filling on the side of the road. And the other thing is the road marking, including the potholes. Still is that there's no road marking. If you are going to the Randfontein, sometimes, more especially at night, we are not sure. We are driving to the live side, on top of the barrier line, or we are not sure about that. Make sure the road signs are marked very well. And the other point, straightforward, the SMME. Chairperson, I'm not sure if ever you are really undermining West Rand, more especially on the SMMEs, because we are the SMMEs in the West Rand, but I'm not sure even, for example, on the catering company, we are not sure where they're coming from. We are here, we are the SMMEs, but now I can afford to do that myself as I'm standing. I'm not talking for somebody else, for myself. I can do that, but now, each and every program that we are going, I can see you appointing people from there on that communities. But ourselves, you are rejecting us. Even we want to develop us, but I don't see that. Okay, lastly, it's the issue of the entrance of in Red Valley. Hence, they touched the issue. Can you kindly just make sure there is an alternative interest? Because I saw the accident on Saturday night after the raining. Please make sure that interest you formalize it, because it is linked on the provincial route. Thank you.
Person number 5.
Honorable Chair, respected members of the community, Mohammed Lahe, I'm the chairperson of the Ratepayers Association of Azaadville. First and foremost, on behalf of the Ratepayers Association, a warm and welcome to all of you. Thank you very much for choosing Azaadville as your venue. Please do this more often. We need to see more of you people. We need to engage more with you people. Chair, there are 2 issues that I need to raise with you and with everybody else. I've been a resident of Azaadville for close on 50 years. I've been living in Azaadville for 50 years. There's never ever been public transport in Azaadville. Never. We've never had buses. There's no trains here anyway. I recall as a youngster, we used a private bus company to travel from Azaadville to Johannesburg. 10 years ago, the gentleman passed away. We've got no buses. How are our people expected to get from Azaadville even to Roodepoort? Honorable Chair, let me educate you people a little. We've got kids that are attending WITS, UJ. It was brought to my attention yesterday. Kids have got to fork out close to 2,000 Rand a month to get to university because there's no public transport. For our residents to get as far as Laratong, Have you any idea what a taxi costs to go from Azaadville to Leratong? I stand under correction. I was informed 15 rand a trip. And where does the person have to go to catch this taxi? He has to take a walk right down to the four-way intersection to get a taxi. There is no safety at all for our people here in Azaadville. We've got absolutely no public. Our kids that are coming in from 2 and 3, Swaneville, Kagiso, how are those kids getting to the Azaadville High School? How are they getting to the Azaadville Primary School? Like the honorable people mentioned, children, I've seen it personally. Children are being shoved into boots of cars, being put onto the back of bakkies. The other day when we had this huge rainfall, I personally stopped a bakkie in front of my house. 17 Parichat, bring the driver there and I will confront him. He had no less than 12 children on the back of a bakkie in the rain. This is not on. Really, these are our children. Never mind they're coming from 2 and 3, they're coming from Swaneville. These are our children. Tomorrow when that bakkie, Honorable Chair, the Honorable Gentleman brought up an issue with regards to the bridge on R41. It was the Azaadville residents that went to the bridge at R41 to go and repair the pothole. While they were repairing the pothole, these guys from not Mohali Traffic Department, the other one, they stopped them, telling them you're not allowed to interfere with this. This is a national road. 2 days later, Honorable Chair, there was an accident where 31 people lost their lives at that bridge because of the pothole. What the Azaadville people did, when those guys left, they went in the dead of the night with their torches and they fixed up the pothole on a national road. At that very same bridge, Honorable Chair, from Randfontein right up through to Miles Stoker, that's the R41. There are so many new entrances and exits that have come up on the R41, on a national road. Number 2, Chair, there are certain points that we have not spoken about. The bridge at the dip at Leratong. When is this road ever going to get attended to? Ever since a child, I'm 51 years old. I've traveled that road 101 times. That road has been like that for over 100 years. From Miles Stoker right up through to Leratong. Now with the advent of that new residential area at that filling station, Vuma. Chair, the next time there's a huge rainfall, don't come there with your car. Come there with a boat. You'll never get through there with your car. The bridge at Witpoortjie, because of the informal settlement area that has happened further up on the hill, when you drive through there, make sure your windows are closed. Because all that sewer water, the car that's oncoming is going to spray all that sewer water into your car. These are the challenges that we face on a daily basis. We need help. West Rand has been neglected. Chair, finally, I want to ask the House a question. When do the people of Azaadville, Rietvallei, Swaneville, when do we know the elections are on our doorstep? How do we know? We don't know because of placards and because of a simple answer to the question. When the street lights on Main Reef start working, and this road going to Krugersdorp, when they switched on, elections are here. 1 month after the election, poof, they're gone. It's a fact, it's the truth. Honorable Chair, when you're going to leave Azaadville now, you're going to exit through this security gate, you're going to get through to the main road at the bottom here. That's a national road. Who fixed up those potholes on the bottom there? Not government, the residents of Azaadville. We took our buckets and our cement and we fixed up the road. So all this monies that we are paying, people, the West Rand is in a state of disaster. Really, as you have heard from all of these people. They haven't cooked up all of these stories. You know, for a resident of Azaadville, finally, I know I speak a lot, please forgive me. For me to leave Azaadville anytime after dark, God, I've got to make sure my insurance policy is in place. It's a nightmare. We've got families that are living in Lenasia. We've got families that are living in Johannesburg. How do we get to them? I lost 3 sets of tires on my car. Fortunately, God has blessed me, I can afford. What about the people that can't afford? Never once has government said to me here, you know what, here's $50, go and fix up your tire. Please, gentlemen and ladies, we need help. Really, for too long now, the West Rand has been neglected. I don't know why. I have no idea why. But for too long now, Thank you. I'm not fighting. This is the way that I speak. I'm not fighting.
Number 6.
Thank you very much, Comrade Chair of the session. I go by the name of Tapelo Mutlasedi. Most of the latter speakers that come in a form of stepchildren of Gauteng have covered me, but I will not be doing any justice if I'm not to say. Mine is to plead that in future engagement that the region in which such are being undertaken should by all means take center stage. We've been here since the morning, we've been seeing on the screen here, Tshwane, Kuruleni and whatsoever, only to come here of a councillor alluding to the house, the fact that the rows mentioned are not from that particular space. So I'm just pleading so that in future we are able to applaud and equally criticize where needs be. Thank you.
The person I designated as number 7.
Afternoon, everyone. Mr. Chauke. First question is this. Where's the regional office or who works at that office? The regional office.
What are you wanting to know?
No.
Proceed.
No, I want to see him personal or he or she.
No.
Okay, is it possible?
You can come afterwards and we can introduce you to the person.
If is it possible, it can be fired because actually I don't see him doing his work. He's failing us. Serious. Chief, second thing, but into the tax ranks. We have a problem to the tax ranks because this thing is the roads and transport, right? Yes. So into our tax rank, into the Red Valley. Actually, we've been there for such a long time. We don't even have a toilet. We don't even have a toilet. If the rain comes, we have to get inside the taxis. If there's no taxis, which means we have to wait there for. If you don't have an umbrella, unfortunately, you're going to reach where you are going wet. So if ever is it possible from you, Mr. Actually, I don't even know your name. Mr. Chairperson, it's not like I'm disrespecting you. I'm sorry. Please make a plan to our tax rank. It's a disaster. Is it a disaster? Where does they say the 3 types of roads, and there's a locals and a provincial one. But I don't see people talking about those potholes that are in our townships. Who's responsible for those ones? Mogale City. Does the Mogale City exist? If it does exist, but it's not doing this work, seriously, we have never had those potholes since from the dawn of democracy, because we have been blaming our councillor, Mr. Shabir, saying that he's not doing his job because you guys are failing. Please make us trust you. If ever it was possible, we are going to vote of motion of no confidence here. But is it? but it's impossible. Thank you very much.
Person number 8.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, you see, when I was a little bit anxious to speak, I had this meeting with Mabutwane in Ward 10, but I postponed it until 4 o'clock in my office there in Ward 10. Chair, let me come to the question. Look, man, okay, my name is George Kolelizo. I'm known as Master Push. I'm from Sanko. You see, we want, as Sanko Chair, to start upgrading this issue of what is railway taxi rank. We must start with lepers flea. Because taxis there, they were benefiting when the trains, the taxi ne benefit.
So when ntate wa lekgowa o dilang ka rail, re kopa o simolege like one councillor na bua mole. Gore ba tla rail e simole ko Langlaagte le lokise up until ko Ramfontein. Ha ba za kutolekela ku Tingitini. So we see Sanko sifuna kanjalo. And then another issue. When baba we budget. Our people here, the community, which are led by Sanko, they cannot complain the way we're complaining upon. Whereas your department, my 20 finance, it can't be. How can you finance it, but you cannot use it? That is wrong, Comrade Craig. I mean, the honorable chairperson. It can't be. Whereas our community are suffering. And we as Sanko, we are saying to the portfolio committee, look, you cannot tell us about it is as a partco. Ugu the partco pay diesel. Whereas yes, namapas. It can't be. Since the other issue, Tina says Sanko, we give you, in fact, it's Sanko the city so much. Si machele taxi rank, I say morning taxi rank in Kagiso. That morning taxi rank is extension 12. Where our people in extension 12 abana shelter, abana nix. When you go in the morning there, hey, I want to job in the end. So I'm saying, department do not rank. Please, man, just take extension 12 as your pilot project to say there is a taxi rank here in extension 12. Oh, this is so that tomorrow months are here. I know you'll be coming here next year. Need to share another budget. You must say, Mara, in Kagiso, we have done this particular issue. So that you can behave. Chair, I want to speak with you. To say, you see these things about my robots and so on. This taxi, like Barkima, Begeli Beke, what's Begeli Beke? He's correct, Begeli Beke, when he was saying, our people have been killed, especially Kulofa we stop as what is that place, Kana? Checkers. Checkers and Chief Mukhal. We want robots there. And we have been asking this particular issue. That is why, Chair, we will say, we as Sanko, we are going to march for that particular street, say some robot. I thank you.
We're coming this number 10, and then the lady here, number 11.
Sawubona Comrade Chair. It is unfortunate to Honorable HOD Ageko because I have had questions here that I wanted him to actually elaborate on. But nonetheless, let's continue with the program. My name is Mukwena Kidula Vaterpani, which is a little community in the corner of National Route 12 and the Regional Route 28. Now, some of the issues they have been raised here, but I wanted to know from the provincial government, can they have an option B in terms of us as a community when we want to apply for driver's license, learners and stuff? Because now we are using this online application, which at times it is ineffective. Why I'm saying this is because now when you go online and try and find a space to apply, you find that the areas nearest to your area where you reside, the places are actually full. And it takes almost a month trying to apply each and every day. The only time that you have a space, you'll find a space maybe in Pretoria, for an example, and you stay in the West Rand. You take the risk and you take that space because you are desperate. You take that space in Pretoria. You take a taxi from here, from the West Rand, all the way to Pretoria. Once you get to Pretoria, you go into a queue. Once you are still there in the queue, then they will tell you that they are offline. Imagine the money you spend, the last money you spent to go and apply for a driver's license. Because driver's license is one of the requirements when you look for a job. It's one of the requirements your department is requiring from us when we apply for positions. But when we get to Pretoria, they are offline. So now I'm asking, with a humble request, that at least, how can the department help us so that maybe at least we have two systems that work concurrently, walk-in application as well as the online application, so that if the online is down, at least the walk-in are accepted, so that at least we can be able to move forward with our lives. Moving forward, as you hear, Comrade Chair, that there is a thorny issue about the Rand West or West Rand. It doesn't make any difference. We are isolated in many things. Now, can you look into that and hear that there is an outcry about the isolation of the residents in the Rand West? Look into that and prioritize it. This is my humble request. And then in the issue of the potholes, the issue of potholes is a thorny issue. Because now when it's raining, you can't see where the pothole is. And your car gets damaged in the process. And the government does not subsidize motorists for that. Now, the young people who matriculated maybe 3 years, 2 years, or even last year, they compromise, they improvise with the spades, they improvise with the stones, they improvise with bricks to close those potholes. But when the rain comes, then the problem becomes even worse. So why can't the government look into that as to how can they take those young people that matriculated and they are unemployed and give them like some skills in order to do a proper job when they close those holes, because they are doing a great job. And then those young people I'm talking about, can they also be like assisted in terms of making it easier for them to get their learner's license or driver's license, so that at least they can participate in the economy as well, in the mainstream of economy? And then lastly, the issue of Gauteng. The issue of Gauteng. Even if it's not Gauteng, it doesn't matter. But please, let us fix the railway lines in the Rand West. Even if it's not Gauteng, because Gauteng, I mean, it's a dream that will come in the next future. Just address the issues that are pressing issues, because some of us, we can't afford the fares of the taxis. The taxis, like their prices, they go high and high. You understand? So we can be able to afford at least a weekly ticket of a train or a monthly ticket of a train to go and look for that employment. So please prioritize the issues of railway lines. In the West Rand more especially. I thank you.
Thank you. Last person was number 11.
Thank you, Chair.
Hold on. Have I miscounted here?
Yes.
Number 11.
It's number 10.
You're number 10?
Yes.
Then I miscalculated here. Number 10, and then that's the last person.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. My name is Walter Plaiki. I'm staying in Reed Valley Extension 2. Chair, when I listened to your presentation, I hear that you were talking about the corridor. But in West Rand, we have our own corridors, but it seems it's deleted. Our corridors are deleted because, according to my understanding, we have a railway line from Millside passing here. We have a station here in front of Azaadville. We have a station there in Swaneville and 2 and 3. Between there is a station. It's our corridor. We have a railway line from Lepers Flay to Hospital, Kagiso Hospital. And that railway line goes straight to Naledi and Simunye. So when we were planning for Gauteng, there was a plan for West Rand Also, there was 10 buses that were manufactured. According to my understanding, I was serving in the portfolio of infrastructure in the district, in the West Rand. Verimark was manufacturing 10 buses for us to be replaced to Rea Vaya. And those buses were going until to Valfordint in Carltonville. But now, the way I hear from the portfolio committee, those corridors are deleted. Because in your screen, I saw Tshwane. And also the HOD says, there is a contractor that is working here. They are going to take the contractor in Tshwane to come and help in the West Rand, as if there is no people here or there is no companies here. There are companies here in West Rand, and we want us to be served like part of Gauteng. If you can check R41, when you come from Joburg, the road is open. When you are here in Lerato, it's closed. It's closed, as if people of West Rand doesn't have cars. I take 2 hours. If I leave Joburg at 5 o'clock, I take 2 hours to arrive here in 2 and 3 because there is no road in West Rand. And this R41 is the roads that brings people of townships in the West Rand. Kagiso is here. Extension 12, Swaneville, 2 and 3, Motlhakeng, all those roads. So, but it seems it's not a provincial road. And the bridge that somebody was talking about here from 2 and 3 to Azaadville, we requested that bridge in 1998. There was no stop sign here in this road, in this M13 road. There was no stop sign to come in Azaadville. But it's tough for us to get that bridge in R41. We are requesting the portfolio committee to take us serious. This is West Rand. We want the West Rand. When I drive here, from here in 2 and 3, in West Rand to Joburg, it must be the same route like Joburg. In Joburg, I go freely so. I drive. But here, I suffer in the road because our roads are closed, are not white. You see? So that's my concern, Chair. Can you please, your portfolio, revisit our corridors in West Rand? We have corridor in West Rand, and those buses, that 10 buses, were manufactured and Verimark in the West Rand company. Passmark in West Rand company, manufacture bus. Now, I want you to go and check with the district municipality, because that long-term plan is with the district here in West Rand. So we are pleading with the portfolio to take us serious. We can't keep on speaking, talking. There is nothing that is happening. We expect this committee, when you leave here, when you come back again, you must tell us, what have you done? We are reporting now to you as the portfolio committee. For the last time, don't come and preach again. You must tell us, what have you done? What have you achieved? out of the complaints that we are giving to you. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And the last person, please.
Thank you. Good morning, afternoon, everybody. I'm from Gauteng in Krugersdorp. My name is Ashley. And this morning my colleagues actually brought it to my attention that we didn't actually want to say anything, but they actually brought it to my attention that one of the roads that is severely affected in our area as well is the Zirbekom road. I'm speaking under correction if it's the R551. That road is used on a daily basis with various vehicles use that road on a daily basis. So you will find that your trucks would use that road, you have cars using that road, but that road is unconducive, if one can use that word, because it has potholes. It seems like the tar is coming apart, and at the intersection between the newly developed Krugersdorp Extension 2 and Gauteng, which is an intersection where people actually crosses, you will find that there is, I think it's cement blocks that they have placed there so that the different cars can actually pass by on my left-hand side and it will be on your right-hand side so that the cars can actually pass. But no one from government, and especially from roads and transport, have we actually seen go there and actually start doing an analysis and say that, no guys, we are actually going to start fixing this road, traveling from Randfontein all the way up to N12, and that road actually passes a newly developed site, which is also now your Glen Ridge as well. So we would like to know what plans do you guys have in place for that road to be fixed, because it is used on a daily basis. If you come from the N12, from Johannesburg side, you have to use that road in order for you to get into Krugersdorp. Another teething thing, a very upsetting thing as well, is that why isn't our councillors also represented here in this particular meeting as well? Because our councillors should have also been present here, because they are the ones that actually bring these type of problems to the municipalities, so that the municipalities can take it through to province as well. So that is an issue that I feel that the committee must also look into, and so that when these invitations go out, that they should prioritize that the councillors should be present, because they are the first citizens of the community. We are just mere foot soldiers, and to tell them that this particular road is affected and that particular road is affected. Something that is also very troubling which is a thorny issue also for everybody here that I could have here in the house, is the learner transport. As a parent that goes and fetch my kid, not on a regular basis, but when I go and fetch my kid, I would see learner transports being overloaded. And what would happen is they would put the learners in the back of these kumbis or in these ventures. So my question is this: if that learner transport that is transporting those kids, and another car comes from the back and that car hits that learner transport, the car that is transporting the learners, and it makes an accident with them, what is going to happen? Obviously, those kids are going to suffer fatalities, God forbid, of course. But my question is this, that I'm posing to the committee and as well as to roads and transport, is that what mechanisms are you guys putting in place, seeing that this is becoming a problem? Because a vehicle that is supposed to take 18 kids, is now taking 30 plus kids. And they are being shoved in the back as well. So what policies are you guys coming up with to ensure that this does not happen? Because we don't need an incident that is currently taking place on the Zirbekom road, where they're only putting in now speed humps after the accident has occurred. So can you guys please look into prevention methods as well when it comes to our potholes, when it comes to our transportation, and when it comes to the sustainability of the West Rand? We need to take into consideration that this part of Gauteng was once the largest contributor to the GEP. That is something we do need to take in consideration. We might be in the West and not being looked after. But please, as the committee and as one of our colleagues, Mr. Mohammed, also said, that thank you that you guys have brought it here. But we also would like for you guys to also to bring the relevant role players here as well, so that they can see what is it and what issues are we sitting with on a daily basis. And when they do come, and especially when it's roads and transport, for them to come with their private vehicles to actually drive here and to experience the drive that we are experiencing on a daily basis. Because you can't just drive straight, you need to do zigzag, and then the guy is standing in front of you and he pulls you over and gives you a ticket as well. I thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much. I think there's a number of issues that are similar that have been raised. There's couple of different issues, but quite a lot of them are following on similar issues. So let me just say this, that I've made detailed notes. All your discussions have been recorded. That's why we use the microphones, so that it gets recorded. The department's team, I'm sure, has taken notes as well. So what I'm going to do is, because a lot of you have raised similar issues about roads, for example. So I'm not going to ask the department to address each individual road. They've raised these things. These things have been raised. It's now for the department, will have to look and see how is it going to address the issue of roads. The issue of learner transport has come up a lot. Okay? The department will respond on how it feels best to respond. But it's an issue that clearly is something that needs to be looked at here in the West Rand. Because remember, West Rand is also very much a rural region as well. And there's a lot of different vehicles being used. So it's something that has to be looked at. The other issue that's come up a lot is the issue of taxi ranks, etc. Some of the points that have been raised here actually relate to the municipality. For instance, the taxi rank in Rietvallei and in Kagiso, those are not provincial taxi ranks. Those would fall under the jurisdiction of the municipality. But remember, the department also meets, the HOD meets with HODs of municipalities. So as has happened in previous meetings we've had around the province, the department generally takes these up with the relevant municipalities as well. But there are a lot of issues here that have been raised that fall under the jurisdiction of the province. So I'm going to hand over to the HOD, to the DDG Mokobani, who's leading the delegation in the absence of the HOD who had to leave, and he did tell us earlier on. So DDG, let's hand over to you. We don't have to delve into each road. We've made notes of those, but just respond to as many of the issues that you can respond, and your team. Thanks, DDG.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, members, councillors, and my colleagues, and community at large. First, let me say thank you for that advice or the point you raised that we need to have a meeting with the community representative to try and resolve them. I must say that the points that they've been raising, we are aware of, but there is one thing that is lacking, that is communication between ourselves and themselves, so that they can inform their constituency. So I will say that we, just after this meeting, I will try and communicate with the councillors and try to find a date when can we come back here and give them our plans, the regional offices' roles, what have they done, what are they going to do. I'm saying this because we have got a program of rehabilitating the roads, the provincial roads in the province as at large. And then 15 roads have been picked from our assessment, and of that 50% is in the West Rand. So we need to give them feedback on when are we going to do that rehabilitation of those roads. And I must also mention that on the issue of the potholes or the defects on the road at large, we are aware of them. The And I must mention that GMK, as the contractor appointed under the RIFSA 1 and 2, has not performed. One of the reasons is that we were still sorting out the consultant, because GMK cannot work on its own. They need to be monitored. They need to be supervised by the civil engineers. So we will be coming back and with our own stakeholder engagement unit to try and explain our plans and also to give feedback on what have we done so far. And mentioning the Tshwane contractor, let me just explain that RIFSA 1 and 2 is not only in the Mogale or Krugersdorp area. We've got Ekurhuleni, there's 5 regions. They are appointed it's a term contract for 3 years. So if one contractor within the RIFSA 1 and 2 is not performing, we are able to take away the work and give it to the contractor within that RIFSA 1 and 2. So we will explain the processes. And we will also ensure that we explain the process of how do we appoint our EPWP workers for the community to go back and brief the community. So we will come back, but I'm going to set up the date, and I will also ensure that the portfolio committee is aware of the date, when are we coming here. If they need to come with us to observe, they will do that, but we will also give them a feedback on what has been discussed and what is the way forward. And I must also mention that the railways are under the PRASA. I know that the PRASA is in the process of doing a recovery of all their railway facilities. So we will engage them and advise them to also give feedback to the community on how is that program going, but that is under them. I don't know if there's any points that I'm missing out for Gautrain, but we will come back, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Councillors, to give a proper feedback, to engage as well, so that you are able to also communicate back to your communities, because it is very unfortunate for leaders not to know what is happening. It can also be dangerous, because the community may not take it that you are representing us, but you do not know what is happening within the area you are representing. And on the issue of the municipalities, we're having meetings with the municipalities bi-weekly, that is led by the MEC, and also not bi-weekly but bi-monthly, leading by the MEC, and then the monthly leading by the HOD, and the MMCs are attending those meetings. So I'm appealing that also your councillors can please inform the MMCs of what you will want to be put on the agenda, so we can resolve most of the issues. So we will come back with the roads infrastructure, dealing with the potholes, the transport branch, dealing with the issue of the taxis, and we will also try, if we can, get the PRASA, our PRASA, to come with us, if that can happen. But Honorable Chairperson, we will inform you of the date and what is to be discussed there.
DG, you haven't said anything about learner transport. It's been raised quite sharply here.
Okay. The learner transport, as well as I'm saying, we will come back, is under the transport branch. So we will come back with full information of the processes, what needs to happen. There was one member who said the application, I think they mentioned that in 2018 with the previous MEC there were some submissions. We will come back with that proper feedback, detailed report of where we are and how are we going to deal with those issues, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thanks, DDG. Obviously, when you come back and you've indicated that you will be able to meet with the various councillors here, I just want to indicate something. This is not a West Rand, this is not a portfolio committee meeting coming to the whole of the West Rand. We've come here to Azaadville. So we focused on getting councillors from this area here. So I just wanted to indicate that. It's not because anybody is signed like, but we came here. If we went to Rand West, I can tell you now we would have made sure councillors from Rand West are here, are there, not councillors from here. So it's just the manner in which we work. But the point is taken. The point is taken. As I say, there are various issues that have been raised here. I think the DDG has just tried to cover, but he's undertaken they will come back and meet with ward councillors that are here to interact, share some of the programs that are taking place, but also to talk about and give them feedback as to what are some of the interventions that can be made. The issues of buses, etc., I think we've taken note of that. It's not something that can be answered here. I think that's something the department will have to go back and have a look at to see what are the possibilities of getting in subsidised bus transport into the West Rand. But it would be remiss of us to try and get them to make commitments here. That's something that must be looked at and seriously considered. I mean, I can just say on the Gautrain, those are plans that it's going to take quite a while before you see that happening. So I just wanted to touch on that because I don't think there's really much to say. It's been raised with us before, even in Magaliesburg. When is the Gautrain coming here? It's not going to get to Magaliesburg. There are not those plans. There are plans to expand. But the next expansion is still on the cards. It hasn't really kicked off. There's been a lot of processes. And the last time the committee was briefed, before we even see a spade in the ground, it's going to be a number of years because there's a lot of processes must take place. But I think that we've made notes here and issues of online applications, the difficulty to get an app, to get a slot, I think has been raised here. These are things that continuously get raised, which the department often has to look at. And let me just say this, that what the department did do, and maybe it's got to be looked at here at the West Rand, whether there are sufficient points that people can go to renew their driver's licenses. They introduced new licensing centres at the Gautrain stations in Midrand and in Centurion. It's made a huge difference, huge difference. People that go there will tell you the excellent service they're getting. And it's something as a committee we will have to come back here. We have been to the DLTC in Kagiso. The day we went there, it was seemed to be operating well. We have heard stories about the licensing centre in Randfontein, that it's a problem. And it's something that it's on our cards to get to go there. We've heard a lot of bad stories about Randfontein. But maybe it's something DDG, I don't know, it's something that I think maybe the department could look at. Is there a way of putting up a licensing centre for people to renew their driver's licenses, similar to what you have the Gautrain do? Are there other possibilities that could happen? Because it sounds like people battle here in the West Rand to renew their driver's licenses. And as if you heard them saying, often slots take them to Pretoria and other places, and then they get there and they still struggle. So I'm just saying, is it something that could be looked at? You don't have to answer now, but something that could be looked at and see, are there other possibilities? I think that's the only thing that one is raising. Let me stop there. So I think you haven't got all your answers here, but as I say, the department have committed to come back to ward councillors here on a number of issues, and we'll come back, interact with them, even on the issue of learner transport, to try and see what solutions can be found, what possibilities can be looked at. Is there anybody else, DDG, that wants to respond, or are you covered from your side? You're all covered? Okay. DDG has undertaken to meet with yourselves now and to interact about setting up a date. But I just want to say this, that what we do as a portfolio committee, we, at the end of this year, we will be calling the department to come back to us and give a full account of all the public engagements we've had like this, to give account of what has been done, what they've been able to do. We did it at the end of last year. We did it at Empress Palace, where all the public engagement we had like this last year. The department gave an account, a detailed account, on all the engagements that we had, and we were able to bring in people that were in some of those sessions to come and hear from the department. So we don't just have this engagement and then leave, but we also know we must allow the department to go and do that work. And then we bring them back to us to come and account and say, right, in the engagement sessions we've had this year, this is what we've been able to do. This is where we are. I also just want to say on PRASA, we do interact with PRASA. PRASA doesn't report to us. They report to the National Portfolio Committee. But we have a good relationship with PRASA because we take a keen interest as to how they are restoring these lines and making sure that they work. So we do interact with them. We've taken notes of what's been raised here as well about the rail lines that are not working. Our last engagement with them, they actually made it very clear to us that they'd been given very tight deadlines on which to get everything up and running. And we're probably due to meet with PRASA in the next term again to get an update from them where they stand on getting all the lines back into operation. So on that note, I want to close this particular part of the session. You will excuse us. We must just continue quickly with the last matter on our agenda. I'm going to deal with it myself. I won't hand over to Stembiso, but just to indicate to members that the next committee meeting, as you're aware, next week, we start with our public hearings on the 3 bills that are before the Portfolio Committee. And I just want to indicate, somebody raised here and said, you bring people here, they don't know why they're here. We didn't bring anybody here for bills. We didn't bring anybody here to come and talk about the bills before the Portfolio Committee. Next week we start our public hearings. Our first meeting is next week, Tuesday. You'll recall when we adopted the program, we agreed we would use the Tuesday afternoon and a bit of the evening. That's in Cosmo City. And and the one after that is next week, Thursday, where we're in Vereniging, where we'll also have those public hearings. And then the final one is in Tshwane. But next week, we've got 2 public hearings. Tuesday afternoon, 1 o'clock, Cosmo City. And next Thursday, starting at 9 o'clock in Vereniging. Remember, after Vereniging, the public hearings, we're going to look at the taxi rank to see how far progress is on that. Stembiso, can I check, is there anything you want to raise around the public hearings? Is there anything I haven't covered? Everything fine. Let me just indicate adverts are already in the newspapers. They've already gone out today. Social media posters will be going out. Those meetings will be covered live on Facebook and YouTube. Letters have been sent out to various organizations that may want to attend those public hearings, and there's close interaction with ward councillors in those various areas as well about local community members. So I wanted to just give that to members. Members, that basically brings us to a close. Let me just check here. All right. Just to say to anybody here, if you want to come to those public hearings, let me just indicate we are dealing with bills, the amendments to bills. The first is the Economic Regulation of Transport Bill. The second is the National Road Traffic Amendment Bill. And the third one is the National Land Transport Amendment Bill. So there's a whole load of amendments. And if you want to come to any of those meetings, you're most welcome. We're not arranging transport across the whole province to each venue. So the one in Cosmo City will be focusing on areas surrounding Cosmo City, the same as the one in Vereniging, and the same as the one in Tshwane, because those are the 3 areas we've decided to go to. But anybody's welcome to attend. You're welcome to watch on YouTube or Facebook. I think that's it, Stembiso. Nothing else, eh? Okay. So once again, let me say thank you very much to yourselves because we came here to Azaadville. It's a pity the gentleman from the Ratepayers Association is not here. But Councillor Shabir, please convey. We came here to Azaadville because we know not a lot of people just drive past Azaadville. And we wanted to bring the Portfolio Committee meeting here to Azaadville. We felt it was important. And we've tried to get members of the public to come here so that they can listen, engage, hear the plans of the department for this financial year. So we want to say thank you to all of you, councillors, community leaders, members of the public who've come here, who've come with transport from the legislature. Thank you for coming. It's a long meeting. This is how we do our work. So we're not afraid to sit here for a long time. But we appreciate your engagement. We've taken notes. We'll be following up on these. There is lunch, I know, that's provided outside. I see it's there. Councillors will meet with DDG Mokobani as soon as we close. Thank you to the department. Thank you, DDG Mokobani, to yourself and your team for being here, for listening, for giving responses. And thank you to the... Hold on, whoa, can I ask can we just be quiet, please? Just be quiet. Also want to say thank you to the service providers, the team that have put the microphones up, the screens, the sound equipment, etc. Thank you for your efforts. If you didn't do this, we wouldn't be sitting here. And then finally, I need to say thank you to the committee support team. They're the ones that do all the work to make sure that we have our committee meetings. They make sure there's communication with councillors and other stakeholders. So to everybody else who's been involved, the catering company, thank you very much for all your work and for what you've done. Thank you, members, for being here. And on that note, this committee meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much.